Hey everybody. Hey. Hey everybody. It's me. It's me. It's Kyle. it's Vulcan Wolverine. It's 11. Dude, check this out. No lie. I didn't set this up. I wanted to do something for 311 just cuz 311, I've actually got a 311 song we can play at the end of the live stream. I'm thinking about it because copyright and stuff like that. It's 11/11 on 3/11/2021. Like I didn't plan that, and that just happened. I got some important news that somebody sent me, and we need to talk about that and kind of what it means for us. And look, check it out. Anybody who's in chat, welcome, welcome to the stream. I felt like I had to do something. I'm getting really heavily attacked. Hey, Steven. Steven says, what up? What's up, Steve? Are you doing okay? Everybody's doing really bad that I talk to. Like, the targeting's, like, kind of getting worse for everybody, except for, like, people that I talk to who are doing a lot of the cleansing and supplements and, like, really going toe-to-toe using any kind of defensive stuff that they can, and they're able to get those things. They seem to be kind of like, oh, this sucks, but it's stabilized. For me, it's tough because I'm trying to use the defenses. They do work, but like lately, live stream, and I don't know why my attackers were so upset about me like showing a movie or something like that. But I don't know. It's just all the time. Like they just started giving me these migraines and it just started burning the sides of my head, like a stinging burning, and like the remote neural manipulation was ridiculous. I think at this point what I'm going to do, that my remote neural manipulation gets so weird, and that if I go into the details of what the human operators are doing with brain to computer interface, it just makes me look like I might be dangerous or something if people don't know about it. So I think I'm gonna I'm going to generalize when I talk about remote neural manipulation and what they're doing to me. I'm going to kind of generalize it, not give too many specific examples, because I was thinking about that last live stream and like what this guy does. If somebody doesn't believe me, they could think that I'm and we all deal with that. And hey, Arachno Nixon, did you find a place to stay yet? Are you still at that extended stay? Mossy Man 789 says, Shalom and peace of God be with you. Also with you, Mossy Man. Thank you. And all TIs. Eyes Watching PsyOp Psychological Warfare Zombie says, you got to get a shorter name, man. I'm just going to call you Eyes PsyOp. I'm going to call you Eyes Watching Zombies. That's what I'm going to call you, man. You said, I think my dad is a gang stalker, and it sucks worse than anyone could think. Just keep this in mind, guys. This is very important. They mind control my family, and they'll move my dad around like at certain times. Like I'll be walking to his door at the place they have here, and he'll open his door right when I get to it. He'll call me at very weird times and stuff like that, like very specific times when it's like I can't talk on the phone, like very I don't know what to call that, but just very weird timing on stuff. And so it could be that they are messing around with your family's brains to make them do things at certain times. Don't automatically jump to my family has joined this and is attacking me, because all sorts of weird stuff goes on between targeted individual to targeted individual, and they start messing with your family because they want you to think that your family's just against you and trying to kill you and stuff like that, because it makes you look crazy, right? Be careful with that. Talk to your family, and if you know your family, if you know your family from your whole life, right? And if they don't seem like people that would murder you or lie to you, just be very careful with that, because I know that's a thing. Like I think we just jump to, like, if somebody's doing something weird to us, we're like, oh yeah, they're definitely involved and they definitely agree to it and stuff like that. But there's so much mind control, guys. There's so much manipulation. There's manipulation of our communication devices. play this game where they'll like somebody will text me and they'll hold that text, like they'll stop that text, and then when I like stand up out of my chair, somebody will text me, like that weird kind of what's it called, synchronized texting, or like I'll put my hand on the door to go out and somebody's text will come through, or I'll just get home and the text will come in, and they have these things with our communications devices too, where they'll hold text and do these things so that you're getting paranoid of people that you're talking to. They'll manipulate brains and do kind of weird situations with that, and they'll manipulate communications devices too, so that we get more paranoid of one another and more paranoid of our families. So just be very discerning in that stuff. We need to, it's going to be hard because some of these like where they use your phone and they're like messing around and trying to make TIs pair each other. It's like we need to get that concrete protocol and just go through it. But how do we get these protocols right? We have some from the CIA QBARC manual, but they're doing these and we do have a gang stalking manual too, but they have newer technologies and techniques, right? They've been doing this for a long time, and the more that they do it, the better they get at lying and killing and doing these weird, bizarre things, these retarded things. In my head right now, it's like this stinging on this side. These things are good. I recommend lambs.com. I do.com. Kind of expensive. So just the main point is be discerning, and I almost sometimes I deal with these psyops and then messing with TI to TI and stuff like that. Gumby Bear APB, hey man, how are you doing? It says, hey Kyle, it's Amy. I changed my name. It was too blatant. Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, I mean, I've given my full name out like later on because like at this point I'm just like F it, right? But it's smart to not put your full name out, to especially not put your last name out. They'll get our information and stuff. Okay, so Arachno, awesome. So you got some another opportunity going on. That's great. That's great. Find better ways to just something to get everybody to. I can't solve all those problems, man. It makes me feel bad. I have a place because my mom was able to help me out, and I know, but I have stuff going on with me that maybe y'all don't have going on with y'all, right? So it's like we all have these bad things, and we need to help each other with the things that know what I'm saying? The things that we're not dealing with, right? Like I have stuff that's so super bad for me, but I do have a place. You don't have a place, but maybe it's we all have our. I don't want to say strengths and weaknesses because it's not really that, but types of bad stuff that we're going through. We all have it. Hey, no whining. No whining says, hey, hi Kyle. Hey Alan. Alan says, great to see you, Kyle. Hello, hi fellow TIs. Hey Alan, I haven't seen you in a while. Maybe a week or something. I don't know. Maybe you were on the last live stream. Let's get to this important information. Somebody sent this to me from the PAX email, and this is Nils Melzer's latest kind of statement. It's not a direct statement on cyber torture, but I'll read this to you guys and it's about how countries are cooperating when the UN contacts them and says, hey, we want to check everybody out. We want to listen to testimonies. We want to, see if there's, torture in your country. They reject it. They say, no, there's no torture in our country. You can't come in. They do not cooperate. A lot of countries are not cooperating, right? So let me show you. Let's get right into this because it's such important information. I don't want to dilly-dally. But we can dilly-dally after this. After this, we can kind of meander, dilly-dally, drag our feet. She just man, Pepper just flops her butt over to this side. Pepper. Oh, there. Right there. Okay. Okay, guys, and I just wanted to highlight this shirt. It's from StopGangstalkingCrimes.com, which is Terry Brewer's site. I don't know if he's still got shirts available. I think so, because I think the guy, when you order them, they make them. I kind of want to do something like this, but I was thinking, these are just a couple of ideas. I was thinking like a guinea pig on the front with a like kind of like Ghostbusters a little bit to catch people's attention, and then on the back of the shirt it would be like, "I'm not a guinea pig. Stop remote microwave torture." Or I think we should say remote microwave torture. That might kind of let people know what it is, and it's such a simplistic thing. Cyber torture, we can interchange it, right? We can say cyber torture, but I think when you're talking to people who don't know about any of this, you say remote microwave torture, and then they know exactly, what would be hitting you, what that would entail, even if they don't believe it, right? I don't know, like, I think we're still trying to come up with like terms that could just like bring it on home, right? Cyber torture is going to take a while. It's going to take a while for people to even know what that means, right? But cyber torture does put us in a bigger category with like anybody who's being gang stalked online and stuff, which is a good thing. Kind of puts us into that group. There's a lot of ideas that I think are going to be coming up for us and for other people who are just upset. Would be we need a stronger word, very, very angry and done with the system, done with the New World Order. So new ideas are coming out to build new structures, new organizations, right? These organizations like PACs and Freedom for Targeted Individuals, Targeted Justice is more for they're doing a class action, but Targeted Justice is like they want to do a class action and they're a human rights organization, right? Freedom for Targeted Individuals is a human organizations, is a human rights organization. PAC's human rights organization. Basically, like we're creating our own organizations to help ourselves. And there's some other ideas that I've been thinking of where we could create certain things and then be all up in Congress, like be able to converse with them about this, right? As the Cuban embassy attack's going on. So things are being worked on. I want to show you all this first. Some people are kind of they're like, oh man, this sucks. The UN can't go in, countries aren't cooperating. It feels like really hopeless. But I think the thing is, like, what my thing is, let me read this to you. Hey, James. James says, hey, Kyle, looking forward to hearing more about Nils Melzer. Yeah, let's get to it. Let's get to it, James. Oh, and okay, Arachno Nixon. Oh, and I apologize for the movie on DLive. The CD drive was very, very loud, and it did sound like a movie projector the whole time. I didn't know it was that loud, so that was kind of just that was a practice round. We'll probably have to I'll either have to move the webcam, but that sounds really annoying, so I think we're gonna have to watch movies on on the internet, like from YouTube, maybe some free movies. Maybe I can rent some of the movies I want to watch more. I was thinking about Willow, really want to watch Willow with you guys. Charles Hall says, dang, Charles Hall says, dang, they are messing with your speed. Yeah, they just chop it. They make it real choppy and stuff like that. And it's not like my happy. They're slowing everything down, and the bit rate is really bad, and then they're chopping it up somehow. People don't want to watch that. Like, even if it's important information, people are used to like good production value and good lighting and things working, right? So even if I get everything working and stuff, and then my attackers are just hacking in and like chopping everything up and cutting things off, people don't really want to watch that, even if it's like the most important information in the world. But hopefully they won't do it much. I'm going to try and get a VPN and just do everything I can to make it harder for them. But I don't have a lot of money to do stuff now. Alan says my V2K handlers are still yapping at me. Glad your chat is on. Yeah, mine just yap. It never stops. I mean, I was just thinking about it. Like I said that one time. Oh, let's get to this information, then we can talk afterwards. I wonder if I can change that, Charles. Charles says, yeah, they got you at 420 maybe. It's for sure not 720. Maybe I can change that. Let me pull this. I hope I can pull this stuff up. I just want to pull up my whole screen because somebody sent this to me on the phone. Yeah, I did this last time. I'm just going to share my whole screen and then just go to this. I hope that works. So somebody sent me this on the phone. Yeah, let me take a drink of my energy drink, and we'll talk about this kind of because like I haven't talked to a lot of targeted individuals about it. From the ones that I've talked to, it's like it's a blow to me. To me, what I was let me read it. Let me read it first. I said I was gonna read it first. I'm drinking Nas. At least I'm not drinking Monster energy drink. Okay, so this is from the PAX email. Please subscribe to the PAX email letter. I haven't yet. I've been putting it off. Like, there's so much stuff, and then I have no energy, and like I can't. Like, it's hard to get stuff done. Hard to remember what I needed to get done. Right. Okay, so the speech. So as some of you are aware, you guys can see this, right? Let me just check. Let me turn on my tablet and check. Y'all give me 1 second, guys. And then I can read y'all's chats. We'll hang out for a little bit tonight. My attackers have just they've been punishing me after every like video thing that I do. And it gets to be where like afterwards they'll sting my head, give me migraines, and then by the end, and then hit over on the side of my face because this stuff's kind of healing up, and it gets to just sitting there, and I've been microwaved for so long, and it's just like I can't even think. Like it's like they lock my brain up. You know, with Dave Case CD noise canceling, the noise canceling hearing aid is better. I think what I was explaining to another targeted individual the other night, I was like, man, the defenses, the targeting is still sometimes brutal, but without the defenses, it's like a living nightmare, paralyzing death. And that's how I could explain using defenses. It's not like, oh, it'll just clear up everything. I think though, if you do the supplements, cleansing, noise canceling hearing aids, Dave Case CD, passive shielding, like you really get it together, you can get it down like 80%. Like if you're really disciplined with the stuff and like working out, flushing the toxins and everything like that. Some other stuff too, but I think you can get it down like 80%. It's just like for me, I'm so tired of spinning plates for so long. I'm like, oh man, I got to do this, I got to do that, and it falls to the wayside. It falls to the wayside. I was even thinking, I've been telling y'all this, just listening to Dave Case's CD, like whenever I'm at home, just, I want to watch YouTube videos and listen to music and stuff like that, but just do it anyway. Just listen to it for like a month. Whenever I'm not like with my grandma, or I don't have to go anywhere. Maybe even the problem with the portable CD, like if you get a portable CD player and you're listening to Dave Case CD on the COS headphones, the problem for me with that is I had to, like, they broke two of them and I had to get another one. But then it's like they can hit something. They're good with this, they're good with interfering with electronics and destroying electronics. So when I put it on a portable CD player, they hit that CD player at some point inside of it with directed energy, and it'll just shut off. The CD will still be spinning, but no sound will be coming out, right? So like really good at destroying electronics. There's actually DePlume sent me some information about like the Air Force is getting ready for an EMP pulse and stuff like that. I forgot my point in that. Forgot my point about that. Oh my God, there was a point about that. There was a point about the EMP pulse. I can't remember. It was very. Let me read this. This is super important. What was I going? There was something connected that I can't remember what I said before that. I can't remember what I said before that, and I was connecting it to it. Forget it. Forget it. Whatever. They just mess with my memory so bad. I like lose time. Like I'll be sitting here. Like yesterday, I lost time. It was like 11 or 12 or something like that, and then all of a sudden it was like 3 in the morning, and I was playing video games, but it was like time like sped up in not a natural way. Like sometimes time goes by fast and you're just having fun or whatever, but it was in this really, I could not remember what happened in those like 3 hours. Like I couldn't remember what I had been doing. Like I was playing video games, I knew that, but I like got up to do stuff. I just couldn't remember anything about it. So it's bad. So we all know this is really bad. And they hate it. They hate it when somebody's just talking about it precociously, getting the information out. They hate that. They got to stop it. Anybody trying to help people, but hey, if you're like a gangster or a psychopath, the government has a job for you, right? If you're a good person and you just want to help people, it's like that. Oh, we gotta kill them. We gotta make them look like they're bad. We gotta make them look like they're crazy. You know, that's the whole thing. I even had like, well, let's read this and then we can just chat afterwards. Um, okay, so as some of you are aware, oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding? It just, oh man. Okay, it just disappeared. Hold on, guys. That was in my pictures. Let me get that back. I'm going to stop sharing my screen real quick. Alright, you guys give me 1 second. And hey, Nadia. Nadia also sent me a channel. Nadia, will you put the name of that channel that you sent to me today? The name of that lady's channel. It's like has tons of views. I forget. I think she has like 100,000 subscribers or something. I don't know if she's targeted, but they talk about this stuff. They talk about remote microwaves. They talk about Morgellons. They talk about nanotechnology and everything like that. Wait, what were you saying about? Oh, for Dave Case CD? Okay, so Nadia says download it as a WAV file and use bone conduction. Still hear everything else and wear it. Yeah, Nadia, I know that, but the problem that may occur with that is that the CD, like it needs to be flooding your inner ear, right? It needs to be that frequency needs to be flooding that part in the inner ear. And then I'm thinking about the bone conduction headphones, like it does conduct. I guess that same frequency would just conduct up to the inner ear. So I guess it'd be the same thing. I'm gonna try that. Like I'm gonna try that because I have the bone conduction head. If you do the Schumann resonance with the bone conduction headphones, it does have a big effect on the V2K. I'm gonna try that more too. But it just didn't, like I had to do so many other stuff, or put so much other stuff around the ears, my glasses, those polarized glasses, noise canceling hearing aids and everything, and then use Dave Case CD from the computer that haven't been using the bone conduction headphones because it's hard with the noise canceling hearing aids. It's very uncomfortable. But I'm gonna be using those. Let me get this back on screen. That was my attackers. They just disappeared that off my. They can do that. They've made it really hard for me dealing with my computer. So let me get these pictures back. Hopefully it won't be hard to find. Can I just pull up? Should be like in a file. Where I have it. Oh, that's not professional. But I don't think anybody would ever use that word to describe me. Oh my god. It's like they won't even just let me just show this thing. Oh, here it is. Okay. Which one was it? This one. Make sure y'all can see it though. Can I go to the other one after this? Let me just see, I can show this one and then I'll just go to the other one. Okay, that's fine. That's fine right there. I'm gonna, okay guys, so let me share my screen again. Hopefully it'll work this time. This is so ridiculous. I hear that word from target individuals all the time, and I really agree. Let's because it's not that much here. It's not that much to read. Okay, so as some of you are aware, Professor Nils Melzer spoke at the UN Human Rights Council session this past Monday, March 8th. I didn't know that. Like, I missed it. Like, can somebody, like, whenever there's anything like this and you're in my chat and I'm like talking about stuff, just be like, hey, if you know about this stuff. I don't know if a lot of us didn't know about it when it was coming up. The content of his speech mostly pertained to the lack of cooperation among member states when asked to respond to his questionnaire and to his request for country visits after having received complaints from victims of torture. Right. He's received a lot of complaints. The UN knows that remote microwave torture is going on all around the world. They know it. They're the World Peacekeeping Organization, right? And there's corruption in it, Agenda 2030 and everything like that. But I think this guy, like, he does his job. Professor Melzer says that 90% of urgent appeals for victims are ignored, rejected, or denied without investigation and redress. And there's a lot, like on top of normal torture, right? And like Guantanamo Bay and all those places, and like physical torture that a lot of countries are doing, or third world countries. There is this global where military industrial complexes are, torturing people 24 hours a day and experimenting on their bodies and their brains and hurting them and destroying their lives, right? So it's much more torture going on in the world than the average person can even guess. 80% of country visit requests are ignored or declined. So they request it from a country to go there and to check out testimonies and see facilities, talk to people who are in charge, who would be in charge of anything that went wrong with torture. I would hope that they would maybe speak to the Pentagon, about this stuff, but I don't know. States are not serious about eradicating torture. After his address, there was a period of responses from a wide variety of representatives from around the globe, including the United States, which has recently rejoined the UN Human Rights Council after President Joe Biden assumed office. That's a really good thing. That's a really good thing that the Joe Biden administration did. We need to be in that. And in the UN Human Rights Council, cyber torture, abuse of AI, abuse of neurotechnology, right, has been spoken about. And I wish I would have just brought that tonight just to show it real quick. But they've already, in 2 Human Rights Council sessions, maybe more, Nils Melzer has stressed that there's an abuse of neurotechnology, AI, and hacking in computers, and those types of technologies, right? The link to the session is posted in the section below, and the UN news story about the session is posted in the beneath that. Okay, I got 2 little sections. Oh man. Okay. Here it is. Okay, so this is the part from what he was saying from his report, or maybe it's actually during the March 8th session. So while the reactions of governments to allegations and requests transmitted to them range from complete silence to aggressive rejection, unsubstantial denial, bureaucratic obstruction, and even sophisticated forms of pretense, the common denominator of all these patterns is that they ensure impunity for torturers and deprive victims of reparation and redress, says Nils Melzer, the Special Rapporteur on Torture. In a report presented to the Human Rights Council, Melzer said based on some 500 official communications transmitted to states from 2016 to 2020, 90% of responses consistently fell short of the standards of cooperation. 90% of responses consistently fell short of the standards of cooperation required by the Council. Over the years, 9 out of 10 allegations of torture and ill treatment officials of the world either have been completely ignored or otherwise did not receive a response permitting to effectively prevent, investigate, or redress the violation in question, Melzer said. A similar lack of cooperation also persists when special rapporteurs ask for official country visits, particularly in states where torture and ill treatment are reported to be frequent. And that would be like every country now with this form of torture, these remote microwave torture programs. And hey, Elizabeth. And hey, Zeta Zeta Rex. Zeta Zeta Rex says, hello everyone. Hello everyone. Thank you, Nadia. Okay, Nadia says Sheila is the YouTube channel. Sheila Zelinsky. And, you know, I might just like, I'll do a short video kind of just showing her channel because she like talks about a lot of this. She talks about the spiritual aspects too, but she talks about like, you know, nanotech, directed energy and things like that. Brings on guests that talk about it. I've listened to like one of her videos all the way through, and she was talking about the jab and everything like that, and like what could be in it, right? Like all the things that could make the person more transhuman, right? Oh, that's awesome. Maybe I should put that up. It's the 24th meeting with 46th regular session Human Rights Council. SR on torture. Let's see, maybe I can pull it up on my computer. Somebody sent me like Nils Melzer. Is it a video? SR on torture, 6th regular session Human Rights Council. How long is it?
With a special rapporteur on torture.
Oh, it's like cruel, inhuman. It's like an hour and 28 minutes. I guess Nils Melzer's speech was like an hour and 30 minutes. Maybe I'll look through this and see if, you know, we'll do a live stream where I'll take some important things that he said. You know, this is out of that. But I'll take some important things that he said and maybe we'll just see him saying, we need to look at it when he says stuff and use our discernment. Is this just another puppet or does he care, right? I think that's hard for a lot because as targeted individuals, you just start to not trust anybody, right? But there are good people out there. It'd be good for us, especially targeted individuals that are just like, oh, the UN's, you know, completely in on this. I'm not going to cooperate with any of it. Maybe just listen to some Nils Melzer and him speaking about torture and see how you feel about it, right? See what your discernment says about this man, right? Now look at this. What do you guys think about this? Do you guys like, because I have more than an opinion on this. I think that it's like, I kind of thought that countries couldn't just say no, right? I thought that if countries said no, you can't come in and check, that would be an instant kind of incrimination, right? That would be like instant, you're doing something wrong because you're not letting us come in and look at it. So the UN would just do it anyway. That's kind of how I thought it would work. But apparently these countries, and especially the military-industrial complexes, it looks like they have a little bit more authority than the UN Like so the killers that are doing these, they have way more power because power comes at the end of a barrel of a gun, right? And they got all these microwaves and stuff. But I'm looking at this stuff and I'm saying I'm not getting hopeless. This is just the process. Like he's gonna put that out to the public, right? He's gonna talk about that in the UN, how countries are not cooperating, and then they can force these countries to cooperate, right? So this is a process. This is exactly what I was thinking when Nils Melzer, when we were talking about all this stuff and we're getting real hopeful for the for that first UN assembly, right? I was like, this is going to be a process, and if this guy is smart, right, he's not just going to come out and say, hey, countries are torturing everybody with microwaves. We've got all these testimonies, blah blah. He's got to do it a certain way, right? And that's what this guy is going through the steps to break down those walls. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. So I'm still seeing hope here. The problem is, and everybody knows it, right? We need immediate help. There are people that like feel like they're dying every day. They feel like they can't do, like their bodies and their minds can't do. I feel like that sometimes. I lean heavily on like kratom and stuff and Neurontin when I'm like just, oh, I can't take this, right? That's not even healthy. Like after, you can do that for a little while, but when you're being tortured forever and you got to like lean on stuff, like CBD, kratom, and you're putting all that stuff in your body every day just to get by, so I'm even like I'm getting by and stuff like that, but it's like not things that can go on forever, right? um we're doing this as we're making this up as we go along, and I don't mean like we're lying or anything, but we're figuring this stuff out, how to defend it, especially long term, when it just goes on forever. So what do you guys think? I still think it's hopeful. I think he's going through a process. I think he's letting it be known that countries are not cooperating, and I think that the UN does have power at a certain point to say, well, you can not cooperate all you want, but we're still going to come in, and I don't know if that'd be immediate sanctions on these weapons or anything, but it would start a dialogue. And what I was thinking, did Arachno Nixon left? Hey, good night, brother. Like, I'm glad that you found another place to go to. Arachno Nixon says, I've got to go to, I need sleep, but I'm sure they won't let me. We'll likely be back. Okay, brother. Yeah. I'm getting some sleep now. Like, last night I was able to keep, usually, like, I put the lead cap on, Dave KCD under it, the headgear under that, then the polarized sunglasses, the grounding, and lately they've been making me, like, in my sleep, I'll pull that lead cap off. And then I wake up in a lot more pain, but I was able to keep it on all night, so my body didn't hurt when I woke up. My body, like my nervous system in my back and stuff, felt a lot better, but still my brain, it's like they can lock down my brain with remote neural manipulation. And in simplistic terms, like if I'm texting with somebody and I'm about to say something, it's just like they can lock it, where I'm just like, what was I? And that's without the targeting, you're talking to somebody and you're just like, oh yeah, blah blah. You're just responding to what they're saying, and it's just a conversation. But it's like with this, sometimes they'll lie, and I was like, what were we talking about? What was I gonna say? Well, we say it's obvious, right? How can this stuff go on? This is crazy. This is crazy torture. How we act is important because we do have to win the crowd, and I think we're going to have to go even further. Like a lot of citizens who maybe aren't targeted like us are, but they see the tyranny and they're coming up like this guy John Ward, and there's a lot of other big things going on where people are like trying to create new organizations, right, that can fight the system, like pure organizations that want to do good. And I think that in it's like they're not going to be able to grow big enough to like beat up the system or anything, the organizations, but they will bring more awareness to the situation, and they will legitimize the problems, right? We should be legitimized by now. Like citizens saying we're being hit by remote microwaves, we have remote neural manipulation being done to it should be legitimized by now. Except for the artificial, levers that keep it from doing that. Because you talk to somebody about this and you say the UN is trying to investigate remote microwave torture. That's a fact. The UN is trying to investigate remote microwave torture and the use of neuroweapons. Hands down, that's a fact. That legitimizes us, right? Cuban embassy attack. The Cuban embassy workers, some of them being CIA agents, they were all hit with remote microwaves. They're getting medical attention. All those agents, the China consulate, the incident in Uzbekistan, the Russian woodpecker, the Moscow incident where the guy now has Parkinson's disease, from being hit in that Moscow embassy. Many agents hit in Russia and other places, American agents, many other foreign agents being hit in other countries, right? I'm sure there are stories in Russia and China right now. I can guarantee there are stories that are saying, oh, somebody was hit when they went to America, right? This Chinese ambassador went to America and was hit by microwaves. America is doing this, right? I'm sure there are those stories going around in Russia too. So this stuff is like bubbling up, right? And I was even thinking, like I was saying, like PACs, human rights organizations, to help target individuals, but to make our own human rights organizations, right? Because the regular human rights organizations won't really help us, or even, what's the word for it? They won't even admit that this is going on, right? It's really like, no, y'all know, it's beyond frustrating. Gumby Bear APB says, Kyle, I want to sew a show. I want to do a show with you, as you have been targeted longer and lasted longer than me or many of us, and still stay cogent and on the ball. As a target from birth, I know what it takes. Yeah, man, we can talk about that. I'm not. I want to get information out. Like I'm thinking about doing some certain things. That'd be cool. Let's email and talk about it. But I'm getting targeted really, really badly. It's hard for me to like plan things. Yeah, let's talk about it. You can come on. We can just chill and do a live stream. Let's do that. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. I gotta just stop. I mean, it is what it is. They're doing what they're doing to my brain. I want to show y'all something real quick, because I think I have another idea about compiled evidence with the neurologist. We need to be looking for these things that microwaves do to the brain, just like the DTI, right? When they're remote neural manipulating us, it messes with our white matter tracks. So we get a DTI, and we've got to do this, guys. This is so important. This is like we could build the medical evidence so that a lawyer could prove this in court, even if you don't have like an implant or something like that you can just readily show. If we can get the DTI, a DTI from like do one and then a year later, or like maybe a half a year later do another one. But let me show you guys this. Jules DI says, APD, how the hell did you survive this shit? I don't know how I'm still surviving. It's like my brain's not working as well. I think it's God. I get on here, like off of here, I'm so tired and just like I can't even think. But it's like when I get on live streams, it puts me in a different state because I'm not doing this all the time, right? I'm sitting or I'm by myself, or I'm, these things that I do all the time, they're very good at remote neural manipulating those EEGs of my brain because they've worked with them so long, right? But like with the live stream and stuff, I've been doing it for a long time, but I do it in spurts. Like I don't do it all day long, right? Sometimes we've had like 12-hour live streams, but it seems to like when I'm doing this and this kind of like it helps me to think better. And I really think that God is speaking through me because we need God right now. So I think anybody fighting against tyranny that prays to God and needs His help, He's gonna flow through them because we got a big task at hand. Well, we don't, because God's gonna take care of it. But I always think that God takes care of things through us, and you can kind of, it's like even through this death and stuff like that, if you're holding on to God and you're just sure that it's going to be His plan no matter what, it's going to be His timing. This stuff's happening, we don't understand why, you can kind of float through it. You can kind of walk on water, right? You can take Jesus' hand and kind of float on. You can walk on water. And we need to know this. We also need to know that like how you feel right now won't be forever. You can heal. I've experienced like healing on levels that it's like, oh my God, I was like that. I thought that was going to be it forever. And there's healing in this too. Just please remember that. No Whining says my brain MRI is a trip. I have a contrast MRI. Did the No Whining, did the neurologist that you went to, did they give a report of like this is wrong, this is wrong, this is something that's damage to the brain or anything like that? Did they give you any kind of truthful report on what was going on? Okay, No Whining, you sent me an email. Okay. Yeah, if you guys want to come on, we can just hang out. We can set that up. We'll do in I think for my YouTube channel now, it's kind of all over the place. I want to do a lot of different things, and so we can just try a bunch of different things. It's going to be like a targeted individual or a survivors of cyber torture channel and half YouTube, right? So we're going to be kind of playing with those, right? Not playing with those, but trying to kind of balance those things out. Let's see. Yeah, Alan says, Zeta, I think blackmail is a huge part of this. Our small town city halls and doctors have already taken money. They may chant drain the swamp, but they're part of the swamp. Yeah, and doctors took money the hospitals took money to declare people's CV when they weren't, right? They would get huge bonuses to the hospitals to do that. So you think about that, right? And you think about all the years of implantation where there were doctors that cooperated. Those hospitals got federal money. Those hospitals got federal money to implant like things that maybe they were told were tracking chips in people since like 50, since at least like 1960. It was kind of growing like that, right? So it's the same thing. Like, yeah, we're just doing tracking chips in people. Oh yeah, just declare people that don't have CV, declare them to have CV. It's for the good. It's so people will be scared and they'll take care of themselves. It's for the greater good, right? That's just what they told doctors with implants and things. This is to track people that we're kind of worried about. It's for the greater good, right? And they don't think about it any further. They're getting money to do it and stuff like that. Our whole society is like built off of that kind of cowardice, and it's not built off that. Let me change that. Our society was built on courage. Our society was built on courage and doing the right thing. Fathers and my dad and my dads and my two dads, they had honor, right? They had honor. They wouldn't do the wrong. They'd make money, but they'd do it the right way. There's a million different ways to make money and have a good life doing the right thing. I think people have forgotten that because the system's so evil, and it's like there's these evil opportunities and crappy things you can do to make money. There are so many good things and so many ways to help people, and that's what we need to be doing as targeted individuals. We need to be building stuff and helping each other and creating, like taking money from the system and then supporting each other and supporting organizations in this support to flow back and forth, right? In a big way. I'm not talking about like, because my thing is like, I'm kind of like, I know that a lot of, I don't want to go into that. Never mind. No, man, stick around. You can talk as much as you want, Gummy Bear. Gummy Bear, you can talk in the chat and say whatever you want, man. Don't worry. Come in the chat and talk and just what you want, man. I drink a little bit from time to time. I smoke this Delta 8 THC. I'll take kratom and a Neurontin, and then I'll smoke this. This is like it's like Delta 8 THC with CBD in it. It's illegal. It's legal. It's legal. It's not illegal. It's legal. It's like they grow a hemp plant and they take out a Delta 8 THC, so it's natural, but it doesn't make you like paranoid. It kind of it'll make you hungry. It kind of will relax you. It has like all these really good things that THC does, but without like some of the psychotropic effects of it. Some people would be like, why are you psychotropic effects or what you do it for? But like it helps me to eat, it calms me down, it helps with headaches, it relaxes me, right? So like I'm doing, you're saying you're drinking, I think we're all trying to find ways to get through this. Some people are finding way more healthy ways. I talk to targeted individuals that are like exercising, they're staying up with their supplements, they got to do it, right? And that's what I want to kind of get to. I think that's what we all need to get to, but I think sometimes it's just like, oh my God, I've been being overtly tortured for 10 years. I need something to get, because I got the V2K going. I got to get out of this headspace that I'm in, right? All right, Gummy Bear. We'll just hang out. You don't have to comment, or you can just say something from time to time. I want to make a safe place for us where we can talk. I think this is pretty safe. There's always going to be like whatever, maybe some fake TIs or cyber-placed agents. Cyber-placed agent or agent provocateurs, they're all over the place. I think they're even on like channels that are just like conservative, right? Like conservative channels that are like, yeah, the left is crazy, blah blah, and they're just talking about kind of the surface stuff that's going on in this country, especially. I think they even put COINTELPRO into those regular channels. They're just trying to infiltrate everything and then collect information, even in people's heads. Yeah, Nadia says I could never hurt anyone for money or anything else. I don't see why these people. From my attackers, what I kind of pick up is that they don't tell me this directly, but I kind of pick up that it's not just about money. It's like a cult idea. It's like a mystery Babylon idea. They tell these Masons and they tell these ex-military people and they tell these, any kind of those cultish groups. There's a lot of them. They say, you're the new man, you're above humanity, they're all cattle. And then especially for ex-military guys, they say Russia and China, they're advancing their weapons very rapidly. We have to experiment on our own people. It has to be this way, blah, blah. So they tell people different things at different levels, and it's a cult mentality. Like, it's a literal cult mentality. And I would really, really suggest that you guys watch some stuff on Scientology. Our whole system, our global system, is becoming like Scientology kind of, but way worse, but way more evil and violent. And there have been abuses, so many abuses, child labor in Scientology and all this stuff based on like a lie, based on controlling people. Give them a little bit of something that'll help them, right? Like, there's so many parallels to Scientology. Okay, Charles of Hurley says Cheryl Lewis wants to say hello, but she can't leave a comment. She said that she was banned from my channel, and I have no idea about that. I did not ban anyone, so she should be able to get in here, unless one of my moderators like banned her when we weren't even having a live stream or something. I don't know what's going on there. I think maybe Cheryl, the best thing maybe you can do, just make another channel real quick. If you have a secondary channel, just come in with that and say, hey, this is Cheryl for right now, because I don't know how to unban people, and I didn't ban anybody. I was thinking I may have to like just if a moderator did that without my knowledge, that's a really bad thing, guys. So if you're the moderator who did that, please just let me know. I guess you're not gonna let me know if you did that, but yeah, I can't deal with all that stuff. Yeah, no whining, definitely. Gumby, Kyle is genuine. He wants you to feel comfortable with chat. Yeah, I do. I don't understand. Like, a lot of people are like, or there were a couple people. I understand Rose. Like, Rose got banned back. Like, Rose, are you in here? Did you use a different thing? You guys just use a different thing for now, because I don't know how to unban. I'm going to have to figure that got a lot of other stuff going on, but it's just really easy. Just do Cheryl too or something like that to come in here, you know. Um, I don't know. Like I know how Rose got banned, but I have no idea how Cheryl got banned, and she can't make a comment. Maybe it's like her attack doing it or something like that. Uh, hey, True Kism. Alan says I'm not getting new Ella Free stuff, like newsletters or whatever. Let me show you guys this. Let me show you my idea. Yeah, Truekism says it's out of hand. Yeah, definitely. It's definitely out of hand. Jules says a lot of these perps pretend to be Masons. No, no, no. They are. A lot of the people who participate in these programs are Masons and Sisters of the Eastern Star, and then the Black Masonic Order too, which is the Prince Hall Lodges. Masons are all up in this. I think that the person who put me into the overt program, they had two they can point to anybody in society and say, we want them in the program to be tortured forever. So Masons, the secret organization within our country and within other countries, is able to pick people out and put them into a never-ending torture program because the Masons are connected to these contractors, right? It's not just because they're a Mason, right? They're involved with these contractors that are doing this to people because it's the natural order of things. People go into the military. They're taught to kill, 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 kill. It's different than my grandfather as a naval engineer. They taught them to be honorable, defend themselves, defend others. Now it's kill, 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 kill because they're doing horrible satanic things overseas, right? To normal families. So they need those soldiers to just want to kill anybody, even innocent people. And then they come back home or they're off of their stint in whatever kind of military they're in. They join the Masons because some people in there had connections in the military with Masons. They come back, they've already been brainwashed, then they get second brainwashed by the Masons that tell them that they're above humanity, right? And they've already had this brainwashing, kill, 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 kill. I can tell my attackers are like that, at least the men. At least the human operators that are men on there, they've been brainwashed. They think what they're doing is way more important than my life. And then they do not, because like I'm not a Mason and I smoked weed or whatever, I don't even deserve to live. They picked him. They say this a lot. The male attacker, the chatterbox, a lot of times will say that they picked him. We have to do this. So it's a cult thing. When the cult tells them to do something, even if it's murdering an innocent person forever, right? They just do it. And if you watch, this movie is great. We gotta watch this movie. I think we gotta watch the first episode of Firefly, and then we'll watch this movie. So set up the characters and stuff like that, and then watch this. We need to do that next. Because there's so many parallels in that. And by the way, if you're just getting in here, very sorry about that movie showing. I did not know that the CD thing was that loud. I thought it was a little background thing. I couldn't hear it. Like I could just hear it from here, but I apologize. Oh man, see when I do that, when I when I go to the side, I can't remember. Oh, I can't remember at all what I was saying. Oh my god, that was such an important thing that I was saying. What was I saying just now, guys? Not about the movies. What was I saying? Dude, it's really bad. The memory stuff is really bad. No, okay, we're going to this. Let me show you guys this. Let me show you my idea here. Okay, did Cheryl get in here? Cheryl, did you get in? Yeah, I so agree with no whining. I so agree. Where she says genuine is a priority. We have to be genuine. We have to be precocious. That's what's wrong with the world. All this crap, and it's not like, okay, well, if you're like tired and stuff where you present information but you're still genuinely a good person or whatever, not being fake. There's so many lies. These lies have led to more lies. It's led to whole global businesses based on deceit and murder, based on deceit and murder. And as they move along, right, it was kind of crude at the beginning of my targeting. They didn't really understand what would get to me, what would not get to me, and so it was very crude and overboard, right? Oh, this is my attackers doing it. But then they learn how to lie and cajole because they're just doing it all the time. So we have organizations in our society and up the pyramid, right? Their whole business is deceit, deception, and killing, right? And so genuine is a priority. Us fighting back on that. Humans need to be genuine. There's some. Okay, Charles Pearly says no, she can't. Or is this gonna be in every live stream where Cheryl can? Okay, well, what I'll do. Hey, Ashley. Ashley says dishonesty is for the opposition. It serves us no purpose. Yeah, right. I'd say you can I trick my attackers all the time. Like, I mean, I'll think things and do things where it's like I'm kind of setting them up. They kind of know my brain, but sometimes I can really, with humor, I can make them look kind of stupid and more, and they are evil. So I can kind of have fun. This way it's so crazy that like last night I was just laughing at what the guy was saying and just making jokes about it. I'm just terribly in pain, right? Depressed from that, but kind of just like it gets to such a bizarre point that it's like you people, the people microwave me, they're insane. Like they're insane. Like I don't even. It's like they're so insane that what would even getting vengeance on them do? Because their brains are just so evil. Like they're consumed by evil, Yeah, Zeta Rex says, yeah, it's from being alert 24/7 and you can never relax. Yeah, it's just being on hypervigilance. Like I don't want to compare us to animals, right? But human beings are kind of animals. Like being a trapped animal, right? All the time. Like never stops. The other night I went out and I brought Pepper out. It was like 2:30 in the morning. 2:30 in the morning, and right when I walk by the elevator, this guy with a black shirt comes out. He's hammered. He's got his cigarettes, right. He has a kind of a short haircut that looks a little bit military. Walks out of the elevator and he just walks beside me the whole time. So I'm kind of like, hey, what's up, man? He has a black shirt. I forgot, it said something on it. It was some kind of, it looked kind of like a police, or not police, but some kind of like security, blah, blah, blah. And he walked outside to smoke a cigarette. I walked Pepper, whatever. He's just staring at me. Like I walked Pepper down this concrete pathway. He's smoking a cigarette, like out where the light kind of, there's a door to come outside, and then there's a light that kind of shines like right by the trash. He's just standing there smoking a cigarette, just looking at me. I mean, like, just straight up staring at me. That's not even the worst of it. So I'm walking Pepper, whatever. Like, I kind of stare back. I just kind of looked at him, and I kind of nodded to get him to stop staring at me, but he wouldn't. And so I'm walking Pepper back in, and just, he hadn't even finished his cigarette. It was maybe like, he had like, 7 drags left off of it. He had a lot of cigarette left. And he throws the cigarette down when I'm going inside and walks alongside of me inside. I don't know this guy. This is the first time I've seen him. He's drunk as crap. He's a gang stalker. He's like coming out. He's doing that. He's doing the simultaneously arriving and leaving thing. That's a huge protocol. It's a protocol they do. We all know that, right? It's obvious. But just drunk, just hammered, doing his gang stalking. So these people can just get drunk, do drugs, whatever, and then work for DHS fusion centers or InfraGard, right? It's amazing. There's no rules because it's not transparent. The public doesn't know about it. So it's like they start these systems. They say, well, yeah, we're going to do this and that and that. But since they're killing people and they're poisoning people, then it becomes just like, well, who gives an F if the gang stalkers are drinking? Or what if they're drug dealers, right? I get gang stalked by a lot of gangsta. I live in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and I think some of them are like drug dealers, and they have these tinted windows, right, on these black, nice cars. and I think they're gang stalkers. I think I don't think this system even shy away from it would be a too weak a word. This system goes for the criminals. They not to catch the criminals, not to punish the criminals. They want the criminals working for them because what they're doing is so awful and stomach turning. And any kind of moral person with a brain can see it's going to destroy our country. They get the dumbest like gangster criminals to do this stuff. So they're being lifted up. Good people are being pushed down. You know, we all know it's insane. Ashley says, Kyle, I think you should not engage. Yeah, I don't. I didn't. I just like, you know, head nod so they can't say, this is what I do. I do the social niceties to the point where they can't be like, oh, well, he didn't even say hi or anything. Because gang stalkers they'll gang stalk you, and then if you know they're a gang stalker and you just try and avoid them, they start spreading rumors that, oh, he's not polite. He didn't even say, while they're gang stalking you. Even though they're gang stalking you, they wanted a hello. It's insane. Like it's a game. To the people who do, you know, replaced agents, agent provocateurs, the microwave attackers, and the gang stalkers, they laugh, and it's a funny game. It's a funny game of death. Like the Purge. It's like the Purge, just done in a different way, right? You know? And you know, you have something like this on the surface, if it's not stopped, if people don't stand up to it, and a lot of people, not just people being targeted by this stuff, but everyone, it will end up like something like the Purge. Because things with human beings snowball. Like that's how we're built. Like human beings are built to evolve and change and be affected by their environment, right? We have nature versus nurture, but we're all affected by our environment. Well, what happens when the environment is completely violent, completely tyrannical, completely unjust, completely bonkers, doesn't make any sense, but it's not even in a funny way. It's in a like people being poisoned. People are affected by their environment. So what's going to happen to people? People are going to go loopy, right? When we see that happening. Jules says they even get good people to do this. Yeah, that's true. A lot of people think that they're fighting terrorism. Can you put the whole article in, Paul, so I can read it? But Paul says King James Version Psalms 27:4. One thing. Okay, King James Version Psalms 27:12. Deliver me not over unto the will of mine enemies, for false witnesses are risen up against me, and such as breathe out cruelty. That's great. I would put it on the screen, but it's too big. Yeah, Ashley says, if they'll destroy children, they'll destroy our country, no problem. Yeah, it's like, and we see that. Like, we see how far they've already gone. Like, people need to understand how far they've already gone so they can understand the pandemic. They can understand a global FF, that these people don't care about us. They're experimenting on us. But people are kind of keeping it normal, right? Not target individuals, but people who are like maybe trying to talk about like, oh man, these things are going bad in society. They try and keep this normal cap on it, and they're like, well, at least it hasn't gotten this bad, right? But we know that it's already past that bad. And then, you know, torture and murder men, women, and children. Like in front of their families, without their families knowing it with new technology. What won't they do? And that's the whole mentality of the people at the top, the cabal. What can we get away with? We're trying to do this by the percentages, right? Because they want to hurry up. I really do think it's a lineage thing, that there's a certain lineage that's about to die. I think it's not just that, because we're 2021, of course, 2030 is coming up, and these Agenda 2021's been around for a long time, right? This plan's been around for a long time, but I think it just happened to coincide with a lot of these, you know, the patriarchy of these oligarchies, the people that are actually making this work, right? That they're about to die, you know. Maybe not. I mean, that's just, it's kind of something that just came to me. I have a lot of stuff that just like, I'm like, you know, that makes a lot of sense, right? Seeing the big picture, but it is conjecture. I'll admit that it is conjecture, you know. Yeah, Alan says weird street theater, knowing it's no touch torture means they can't hit you. It's fear, hoping we react and get violent. Yeah. That's the best thing that I've done in this, and I've tried to convey it to y'all. I hope I've conveyed it. They want you to get angry, and they want you to get in people's faces. We can be assertive and powerful in peaceful ways. And when I say peaceful ways, I don't mean little marshmallow. Let's just love each other and just not worry about this stuff, right? We need that too. We need all the cheesy, cliche love and everything that society has turned cynical against. We need those things. We need to be corny sometimes and lift our spirits, right? And know that it's okay to do. Know that it's okay in a group to say something corny and funny, and everybody's not going to be like, oh, that was cringe, right? I've done so many cringe things on my videos. I've showed my ass on so many of my videos. Trust me, none of that matters. None of that matters. It matters to us like in the old social structure, but when you're talking about what's happening to humanity, you're going to have so many people that are on your side when you tell the truth. You're going to have so many people that feel you, right? When you're just speaking the truth. So you'll have allies, This targeted individuals is a little bit harder, but it's going to change. This is going to change. This is going to change. I know, and some of you guys, y'all are hurting so bad. I am too. I am too. I do get up on these videos and I'll complain about what's happening to me, but then I try and act stronger than I'm strong, right? I'm not saying that I try and act like I'm doing better than I am off of the videos. So I just want to be, because we kind of have to. We have to speak words of healing. It has to be a balance between, wow, this is really bad, and amazing things can happen, and what solutions are in front of me, right? I don't know. I guess I'm in a weird mood tonight. I hope I'm not preaching. I preach to myself a lot. Dane Skull says, hey Kyle, can you share your email? I have some content I would like to send you. Yeah, it's just Vulcan Wolverine. It's just Vulcan Wolverine at gmail.com. Did Cheryl get in yet? How could I just go right now? Right now, how do I just unban her if she's banned? Like, how do I do that from my YouTube? Do I just go to another? Do I go to another live stream where she was on it and then click on her name? Do I have to do that, or is there a way to look at people who are subscribed to my channel? I'll do that once I get off of here. Once I get off of this live, or maybe tomorrow or something, I'm gonna go into my creator studio and I'm gonna see if I can find everybody that was banned and just unban them, right? Because I want Rose unbanned. I don't know if she's using another name. I want her on my live streams. I love Rose, and Cheryl's cool too. Like Cheryl's really cool too. I don't have a problem with Cheryl, but I do have a lot of moderators and. You guys don't just ban people. Like, moderators do not ban anybody anymore. Don't, you time them out and whatever, and then if it gets really bad, you tell me, I will ban them, right? I'll make that decision, because that's a new rule. That's a new rule, because it's it's happening off of live streams where moderator, maybe, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with the Cheryl issue. But I will unban her if she's banned. No Whining says, I call the Masons M&Ms. Refer to them as Jezebel also. Not slander, since it is true. Yeah. M&Ms. They're so indoctrinated. They're indoctrinated, and there's so many groups. Like, from Mystery Babylon way back when it was satanic, it kind of like all these little groups form, right? So you've got what you would call the Cabal. I don't want to say Illuminati. I think that cheapens that word. Is the connotation with it is conspiracy theory. People don't take it seriously, but the people doing these activities and who believe in them and have like a Jacobian satanic philosophy, At the top you have Jacobian, which is like kind of a Masonic, but it's also it kind of matches with the Talmud and Kabbalism, right? Jacobian, and then you have like the Masons, but then you have Sisters of the Eastern Star, you got Black Hall Lodges, you got Zionism, a lot of like people who believe in the Kabbalah, which is it becomes satanic, right? Right when you go in, it's like, oh, these are good things, these are just spiritual things, but then you get deeper into them, right? So you look at Scientology, and you look at you go right into it, and you get these kind of positive things. Oh, I'm like going through emotions that were traumatic, and I feel better. I feel like I'm getting wins, right? And then as you go on, you got to buy stuff, and then it's all crazy information. It becomes a cult that you can't even get out of, but they want to kind of pull you in, like all these other cults like that. Looking at Scientology is a very, very good thing, and I guarantee you that from its inception, like with L. Ron Hubbard being part of intelligence groups in America, he was probably commissioned to do that. Maybe he may have done it against orders or whatever, or he may have been out of the OSS. But I can guarantee you there are agents in there now learning about this cult, right? Learning about how to bring it out into regular society. So just like the Jim Jones cult and everything like that, they have like CIA agents and experimenters and scientists in these groups and watching these groups, learning how to do that to the larger society at whole, because they want control, full spectrum dominance, and that's just how it is. Let me show you guys. I've got an idea, and I want to go through this. You're leaving, Ashley? Ashley says, later, everybody. Love one another. Thanks for the live stream, Kyle. Thank you, Ashley. Thanks for coming. Let me show you guys this real quick, because I got an idea. Listen to my idea, okay? So, listen to my idea. So, effects of microwave radiation on brain energy metabolism and related mechanisms. So with the rapid development of electronic technologies, anxiety regarding the potential health hazards induced by microwave radiation has been growing in recent years. The brain is one of the most sensitive target organs for microwave radiation. The brain is one of the most sensitive target organs for microwave radiation, where mitochondrial injury occurs earlier and more severely than in other organs. Energy metabolism disorders do play an important role during the process of microwave radiation-induced brain damage, which I have, and I'm sure a lot of you guys have. I think a lot of it can be healed, though. I'm very hopeful on neuroplasticity and that we would feel different and stuff like that, but if this was taken off of us, a lot, depending on how you've held it back and how everything's going, I think there can be a lot of healing. I think we don't know a lot about the brain. That's what they're doing. They're learning a lot about the brain, right? And I think with good frequencies and certain things, you can start heading that way to healing your brain, and you can exactly the same, but you will be healed, right? And then with God's power put into that too. In this paper, we will review the biological effects of microwave radiation, the features of brain energy supply and consumption, and the effects of microwave radiation on mitochondrial energy metabolism and potential related mechanisms. Now, okay, so I may read a little. This is a boring scientific, article, but listen to my idea. So we've got the DTI that we need to be getting. I would get a DTI from the neurologist, right? I'm going to go find a new neurologist. But now we've also got, and this is my question, can a neurologist test the brain for energy metabolism? To see if it's at normal levels or if it's at lower levels, right? And now this in itself could be caused by many other things, right? That's what the neurologist that would not cooperate with us would probably say. Well, this can be caused, it could just be blah, blah, this or that or blah, blah. But we get the DTIs, right? We get the DTIs a couple months apart, got the change on the white matter tracks. Then the neurologist can test for the energy metabolism of the brain and how that's been messed up. It will be messed up if you're because they're creating electromagnetic fields around your head and actually basically pumping microwaves into your brain through various methods. So you got those two things, right? We've also got other medical stuff like the clumping of blood cells, right? Your blood clumps up when you're microwaved a lot. And so we take those things. We need more. We need more of these things that microwaves do to the brain and the body. And we need to go to a neurologist and say, like, I want these tests. If it cross references. You don't just have the DTI where they can say, well, it could be for this. You have all of these things. And then we want to get enough 5 or 6 different things that we could bring to a neurologist where it's like there's no way out for them to say that it's not microwaves doing this to our brain. You see my idea here? Is there any other testing that you guys can think of? And this is just one thing, but I think we really need to push for for what the Cuban embassy agents and the China consulate agents and all the people that work for the government and are hit by remote microwaves, they go get treated at Walter Reed Hospital, right? Medical treatment. Like they are getting medical treatment, even if the people like you've been hit by a microwave, right? So the people at Walter Reed are like treating them, going, okay, you've been hit by remote microwaves, your brain has been affected by it. We're going to try and treat that and make it feel better, right? At least make it feel better. We deserve that kind of treatment because they're treating hundreds. I would guarantee you they are treating hundreds of people who have been hit by remote microwaves at Walter Reed, and they're covering it up. And we deserve that type of medical treatment. And I say we can corner a neurologist, with enough tests, 5 or 6 different cross-reference medical tests, so that they can't get out of it. So it's like this, my brain metabolism has been messed up. You got the DTI, my white matter. Blood clumping was the only other one that I can think of. There's a lot of medical testing, but it seems like when they do one test where it's not right, microwaves have affected our brain and our body, they can always make an excuse. If we can cross-reference 5 or 6 where there's no getting out caused by a specific mechanism, then I think that we would have a chance for medical treatment. We really need to be pushing for medical treatment, because then as more doctors treat us, right, then they're going to be talking about it a lot more, right? This is coming out, and we gotta push in the way that we want to push. But I just wanted to pass along that idea. This is part of my kind of overall in the projects that I'm working on. I'm going to get a new neurologist. I'm going to take my DTI from 2018. I'm going to request another DTI from my new neurologist. I'm going to talk. See, this is the thing. I'm going to push with this. Like, I'm not saying everybody should, but I'm going to go into the neurologist and I'm going to talk about the Cuban embassy attack, and I'm going to talk about how the United States is experimenting on its citizen. Like I'm going to, like, in his face, talk about this stuff, and then I'm going to say, I have a psychiatrist, so you can't send me anywhere, right? And I'm going to see, I'm not going to say that first. I'm going to see how much things have changed. I'm going to see if this new neurologist is even receptive to this idea, right? But I'm not saying you guys would need to do that. We need to come up with some more testing first, but I want to see if it's cooperative, right? And I'm going to have to really, really work at it. But a neurologist that is cooperative, where I could ask him what kind of testing. Theoretic, I would say to him, okay, let's say this. Maybe he doesn't believe me, right? You're just a regular citizen. A neurologist would say that. A neurologist did say that to me, which is crazy. But like I would say, okay, well, if you don't believe in these microwave attacks, you don't believe I'm a target individual. Let's say this. In theory, if my brain was being affected by microwaves. I think the DTI would show some stuff. I think that if you could do this test, I'm not even sure if a neurologist can do a brain metabolism theory if that was happening. What kind of testing could be done to show that? What kind of cross-reference? We need cross-reference because we can't just have one thing. One thing can be batted away. People don't want to believe this. They really don't want to help us. They'll have to be forced. Um, you know, one thing people can poo-poo away. But if you got 5 or 6 different tests that are all like in line with damage done by microwaves, then they can't get out of it, right? And then they're going to have to either, I would like to get a note from like my neurologist. I'd like to get a note, but I'd have to get a psychiatrist that's not just a learning psychiatrist saying this person is not insane. They are being attacked by directed energy weapons. I really need to email Dr. Hoffer and see if he will give me some kind of, I don't know, not notarized, I guess, but something that is specific that says, because Karen Stewart, her psychiatrist wrote her a note and it was saying this patient is completely sane and is the things that she's saying are actually going on, right? I'd like to get that from a doctor, to at least show my family. But then, those things can be used in court, right? Those things can also be used in court. Gumby Bear says it's gonna happen. The universe abhors a vacuum and the people suck. This generation is the first or the last. Please God, let this be the first. Please, we need a rejuvenated world. I think what we're gonna see, and I think from unless something really big comes up, a lot of people are sending me great information, but I kind of like I'm on a track of I'll put that information in when I can, but I really want us to sit down. I want to live stream John Ward's live stream about the Third Continental Congress because we need to look what he's doing on a big, like he's trying to do it on a big scale, right? But it's an idea from a YouTube channel, and that's how things are going to have to start against these systems. No, we're going to kill you, and that's the system, and you have no recourse. We're going to have to make new organizations and kind of like checkmate them by saying, oh, this is a Third Continental Congress, right? We have complete legislative constitutional right to create this, right? So that if they don't honor that, then they look like even more evil to the people, right? If it can get awareness, we need to think about this idea, and I'll go ahead and start. This is just I put this in the description. But I was thinking about this, like, okay, so freedom from targeted individuals and in PACs and targeted justice, there's certain types of human rights organizations, right? What if I don't know if I want to let the idea out. I think I want to find out about it more because I don't want somebody to steal it. It's such a good idea. I think it would be tough, and we'd have to put on suits and stuff, and we'd have to like it would be an organization, but okay, I'll just say it because it'd be tough. I don't know if anybody's just gonna like steal this idea or anything, but I think it's a good one. Why don't we lobby Congress at the same time? And I guess it's okay. Like if another target individual runs with this and they want me to help, that's fine, whatever. But you take this investigation's coming up, right? The Senate investigation for the Cuban embassy attack. The Biden administration, they said they want to be all over it. And then the new head of the CIA, which that's dubious at best, that the CIA is going to take charge and investigate this because they're the biggest liars. Mike Pompeo said that's all they did was lie, cheat, and steal. Right? He said basically all they did was Satanism. Nadia says, what are you going to say are your symptoms? For me, it's going to be like just saying everything. Like, and I think you guys, maybe some of you guys maybe should not do that. But for me, I want to push. I want to say I've got voice to skull. Maybe not. Maybe everything but the voice to skull, because with the voice to skull, that's where you get blasted. And I don't talk much to my psychiatrist about it. Ring in the ears, heat to the body, right? Let's maybe go over that. We can do that now, right? Okay, you go into the neurologist and you say, I would say, have you heard of the Cuban embassy attack? Have you heard of, and then just say the symptoms where it's kind of matching with that, right? Not just say those symptoms, but say like the Cuban embassy attack. They had ringing ears, they had headaches, they had blurred vision, all that kind of stuff. I don't know if any of them had burns on their skin or anything, but heat on the skin. So you kind of just like whatever that you go, I have a ring in the ears. It feels like my brain, like frequencies are affecting my brain and my nervous system. I'm getting hit on the outside. Maybe simplify it like that, Nadia. You know, I don't know. I don't know how far it's going to depend. For me, when I go into my new neurologist, it's going to, and I don't know when I'm going to be able to get this done because like I'm very, 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 very poor. Like I have a place. Like this place is pretty nice, but it's like I gotta pay my mom, and I don't have tons of money. Um, and so I'm gonna find a new neurologist, and then it's like I'm gonna have to feel him out. Like what my dad always taught me, especially in this, he taught me is because at the beginning I was like everybody I'd meet, I just tell them like everything about this. Like I'm being hit in my home, neighbors and stuff. Son, when you're talking to people, you need to start talking to them at a certain level, then see how they're responding, and then maybe you can go up a notch, like if they're receiving that, but kind of feel out what type of person they are. So I think I'm going to go to a neurologist. I think I might actually go neurologist shopping to find one who's like open-minded and knows about these things, right? And then it's going to depend on how I feel about him, whether I say, hey, I have V2K too. I have psychic driving and V2K, which is very damaging to my brain. I don't even want to say personality. I don't like saying that like it's changed my personality or whatever. I guess so. We all have a core inside of us that doesn't really change. It's a spiritual core, and then we kind of, people, we go through phases. I especially do. I'm a Pisces, so it's like I'm flowing kind of through different things sometimes. But just say stuff like that. But it's going to depend on what I feel from him, you know. Celine 007 says, "Blessed be the Lord my strength, which teacheth my hands to war and my fingers to fight." Psalms 144:1. I like that one. Oh, I like that one. That's going up there. It like fits perfectly. It's only 2 lines. Paul, if you do verse, try and find like two, like where you can do 2 lines, and I'll put them up on the screen. If it's like 3 lines or more, I kind of don't put them up there. Paul says, I don't know, talking about targeted symptoms, then referring to news stories on TV, social. Yeah, I mean, I don't quite know the point you're making, Paul, but it's like, I think it's whatever you guys' comfort level is. I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna try and like just tell y'all what happened when I did it. I'll be the little space monkey. We need to be past space monkey now. We need to be like just like everybody's going and trying things. I think we need to be solidifying a point of if we go talk to a doctor about this, are we just going to get thrown into a mental institution? And I don't want anybody to take any risks. Don't do that. Don't take risks. I'm just talking right now. I know that can be a big deal in the TI community. I'm like, hey, we need to kind of take a chance, and then people will be like, oh, he wants people to be put in mental. I'm just talking right now. We've got to push in certain ways. I'm gonna push, and people can just decide like, okay, I'll just go to the neurologist. I say I'm having headaches and ring in the ears, and like maybe even do this. Maybe say I'm having ring in the ears, headaches. I'm being hit, I'm having pain and heat on my body, and then say, and I saw this stuff about the Cuban embassy attack. I don't know if that would be good. I don't know. I don't know how it's going to be better in the moment for me. If I organize it, it'll, if I try and think it through exactly what I'm going to say to him, I won't be able to do it. It's going to be kind of like based on his personality and what I'm feeling from him, how far I'll go with it, But this is a new thing, the energy metabolism. Microwaves affect our brain on that level. So we do need to be taking like probably probiotics, like a lot of you guys take probiotics to make the brain healthier, right? Probiotics that'll help your stomach and then make your brain healthier. I need to do some of those. And then just regular vitamins, like omega-3. What's some other good stuff for the brain? I can't think of anything like brain power. I guess the doc of detox, like the doc of detox stuff that cleanses the pineal gland, is good for the brain. Yeah. So let's see what else I got. But I just wanted to say that idea. And it's like, so we got two things that if a neurologist can test for brain energy metabolism, which I would think they could. I would think they could know how a normal brain's functioning with that versus one that's being messed with by microwaves. But then it's like, and I may even try and get help if I can find a good neurologist with morals and courage, what other tests we can line up, because we need cross-referencing on everything we do, and it's unfair, it's unjust. Let me say in the beginning, like, people should be helping us, targeted out of nowhere, fired upon every day by energy weapons, and like literally brain experimentation that's changed me a lot, like changed the outside of my core a lot. People should just be helping us, and neurologists should be like, hey, no, we're going to help you and figure this stuff out. But it's not. We're going to have to fight for this, and when we have any kind of like evidence of something, we're going to have to like have 5 things to cross-reference, right? So that person can't get at, they can't be like, oh, well, that could just be this. We need to prove it in a cross-reference way, where this could only be microwaves affecting my brain, right? And I think that's going on. I think people are finding a lot of ways to do that. I also think it would be a good idea, and I don't know how hard this would be. Some things that we would do at first would almost be symbolic, right? It would be legitimate, it wouldn't be huge, but it would be a symbolic thing that might get picked up by some local media or whatever. We could put it on social media. So when I say the idea about the lobbyist group, if we could get, I don't know how that works, but if we can lobby Congress, like is a class of people that are being tortured while the investigation is going on for the Cuban embassy attack, and it could blow it up, right? It could blow up the whole thing because we're targeted individuals. We're, and other people in other countries could, maybe take this idea. I just don't know how hard it would be to actually like be a legitimate lobby group to Congress. I guess you'd have to have a lot of money nowadays, right? So maybe that idea is wouldn't work. I don't know. Look, we need to look into some of that. Let me see if I brought anything else. Brought a let's see. Oh yeah. Let's share the audio on this. This is the stream, the Rocky 4 stream, guys. I didn't know it was that loud. I didn't know the fan was that loud. And the deal is, this is like a 5-minute one where it was messed up and I had to do it again. It seems like my first live stream was erased. Like when I signed up to DLive, I did an initial video, and then I put it's in my replays, right? It was in my replays. And then when I went to do this one, it said, your streams will be taken down 3 days after. So any stream that I do on D Live will be taken. So this stream's about to disappear. I'm checking it, but the other one disappeared. But it had been there for like a month. So this must be a new policy by D Live, or they're just doing it to my channel, maybe a copyright issue or something like that. I don't know, but they're telling me that my videos are going to be deleted after 3 days. So what I was thinking, oh, listen to how loud this is right here. This is really loud.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Wait.
Hey, listen, why don't you go over there and get ready to eat, okay?
Great. Now you can stop calling him names.
Oh, you've been calling me names, huh?
If we wait any longer, then I'll be ready for the next break.
Where have you been?
I had no idea. But if you want to check this out on my D Live channel, you just go to my D Live channel, and then you have to navigate like this. You got to get on the page and then use your arrows. But it'll have, watch. If you want to watch this, sorry guys, that must have been so annoying. We should have just stopped the stream with it being that loud. I didn't know it was that loud. But you just click on the page, right? And then you got to use your arrow to go down. And then I got 2 replays here. I should have 3, right? Lead it 3 days after the stream. Please download them in advance. Download them where? Like, am I downloading them on my, just me to have them on my computer? Or am I downloading them? Like, I want them to be up. I want the replays to be up. See, so I don't know what this is. So this is useless. What we'll do, I'm gonna keep my D Live, right? And we'll just experiment with it. We'll watch movies, you know, and they'll be deleted or whatever. I don't like that. I don't really like that because I want if I'm like up there and we're doing stuff, I want it to be up there for people to see, you know, for other TIs who want to see the stream. But what I'm thinking, I'll keep this, and I think we're gonna go to Twitch. If Twitch saves everything, like if Twitch saves all your streams, then we're just gonna go to Twitch. So what I'll have, YouTube will be kind of the priority unless I get deleted from YouTube. And then we'll have D Live, BitChute, and Odyssey, which I'm going to start, in Twitch. So Twitch and Odyssey are ones that I kind of want to start. I think I want to focus on Odyssey and Twitch, right, for things. But right now we'll just do some things on D Live. I'll throw some things on BitChute. I don't know. I'm not getting a lot of attention over there. Like, this information's not getting a lot of attention. Or for my channel, I've only put up like 1 video or something like that. But I think I'll be focusing on Odyssey and Twitch. We'll keep the D Live channel. Maybe we can do a bunch of just hanging out in panels. Like if it's going to be deleted in 3 days. I don't know, like download it to my computer. Is that what they're saying? Hey Declan. They're saying, guys? Are they saying that I can just... Yeah, Nadia says, yeah, they only stay 3 days on there. But it's like, can I download them on another part of my channel where people can see them, or they're just gone? What is it? Why would you do that? Why would you have live streams and then eat it in 3 days? I don't even understand that. You'd want them to be saved for posterity or anybody who wants to watch them. I don't even get that. Yeah, Zeta Rex says, yeah, China is no joke. It's going to cause a worldwide riot when the shit crashed. Nadia says, I realized that when I was trying to help Tanya find your first video, it was gone. Yeah. It stayed there. I did the first video like a month ago, and it was there until this video. This is a new policy. This is a brand new policy. I don't even understand that. Like, what? I guess maybe that keeps them from having problematic speech or whatever, you know, hate speech or whatever. I don't know. Doesn't make sense. So what I'm gonna do? I think we're going to Twitch, but we could still go to D Live and just hang out. Like maybe I'll get more wild or whatever. Because that's one thing that does I'm a little bit reserved because when you do something online, it stays there forever, right? So see, I think some of you guys are like, oh, why doesn't Kyle just say whatever he wants and just yell and blah blah? Well, that's short term. If you want to be completely like blah blah. So you got to be a little bit reserved too, because you're going to be out there. Everything you do is going to be out there for good, right? To do the long term thing, to do the long term. Let's do this. Let's stop the targeting. Keep being able to produce content on it and information. Paul Abernathy, King James Version 18:3. I will call upon the Lord who is worthy to be praised, so shall I be saved from mine enemies. Yeah. Paul Abernathy, King James Version, Psalms 37:40. And the Lord shall help them and deliver them. He shall deliver them from the wicked and save them because they trust in Him. Yeah, and what you gotta remember about the Bible is like there's verses about just waiting on the Lord and being patient, and then there's a lot of verses on like faith in action that faith without action is dead, right? So there's those two kind of points of view, right, in the Bible, because humans have a lot of different points of view on how they look at God, right? And the Bible is true, and the Bible is inspiration. I'm just saying you got to look at like there's like, oh, if you don't take action, then you're not doing anything for God. And then there's some that say don't really kind of wait. So the Bible's contradictory in a lot of places. I'm not saying it's not a holy book and that it's not from God, but as humans, we're contradictory in nature, and that's what the Bible ended up kind of being. So we got to, I think, in where we live, we've got to listen to our hearts, and I feel like I'm not going to get into that. I'm not talking about you, Paul, at all. You're just putting verses in. I feel like in a bigger Christian community, people like pick the verses that go along with what they want, right? And you can do that because there's contradictory verses. People can pick out the specific verses, right? But I feel like what we need to do is just we need to listen to our hearts. We need to connect them to God. Read the Bible. The Bible is a holy book. It's from God. But I think He spoke through men, and that was what came out of it, right? That was the inspiration of a holy book, sacred. God's in that book. And that's a complicated thing. I hope I'm not being blasphemous or anything like that. Because I really love God. I love you guys. I love people who love in the name of Jesus Christ. I hold the hand of Jesus Christ all the time. But it's like I feel like we got to look at the situation and use our common knowledge. God put us here for a reason, right? We live for a reason in this time for a reason. And it's like we got to use like this just common sense with if we do nothing and we just wait for God, people are dying while we're waiting, being patient, and God doesn't want that. If you have arms and legs and a mind, He wants you to save children and women and stuff like that. It's okay to be patient on God while we do that. He wants us to help others that are in pain. We're His agents. We're God's agents on earth, right? Like it's just like, okay, well, I'll wait on God, but then there's like women and children and a lot of people dying, but I'm like that. We've got to help as much as we can. That's what God puts in my heart. And we got to take care of ourselves, and we've got to be patient and with God's timing, like all that stuff. But I just get a little. It's like, I don't know. I just, we've got to help people. You help the group. Y'all really, a lot of people are really nice to me, and they call me an angel and stuff like that. And I try and be a good guy, like I'm a normal human being. Like I am a good guy. I'm a pretty good guy. But I show my ass sometimes. I get irritated. I yell at people. I was trying to think. I can't think of what I was going to say. Crud. It's very, very important, though. This is bad. This is bad. It's like a whole line of thought, and it was very important. God. Let me think about it. Hey, good night, no whining. Thank you for coming. But with the no whining says, thanks, Kyle. Good night. Can finish listening to the stream in the AM. Night all. Thank you so much for coming, no whining. And I hope you're doing okay. I hope you're getting through it. Yeah, Paul Abernathy says, the Bible is the word of true living God, and I would have been dead long time ago without it, but that's me. No, I agree. I agree with that. I agree that it is inspired. It is the word of God, but it's conscious, so, you know. Charles Verley says, there's a setting where your YouTube videos will automatically load to BitChute if you want to save your vids there. Yeah, I need to do that. I'm going to set that up. Thank you, Charles Verley, for reminding me. I'm going to set that up. And then it'll automatically be going to BitChute. I won't even have to worry about BitChute. And then I can focus on Odyssey, right? I can upload to Odyssey, and then we can do I guess for now we'll use DLive with movie nights. You know, who cares if they're going to get erased? It's just for fun. Maybe it'll even be funner, right? Because I think things through, and so you know, I want to kind of go crazy sometimes and tell jokes and stuff, but I'm like a little bit reserved because everything you do on here is going to stay on here for people to watch, right? And I know I have a smaller channel, but still it's a thing, you know. Maybe it'll be funner. Maybe on DLive we'll do some stuff, watch some movies. It'll be erased in 3 days, so we can kind of let loose. You know, we can kind of let loose, and maybe some of you guys who want to talk about this stuff, y'all can come on too. We got movie nights and hangouts over there, and just see what kind of energy it is, right? Because it's going to be gone in 3 days. We don't have to worry about it being up there forever. And then we'll do some other stuff on the other channels. No. I'll try and do as much as I can, but I really am biting off way more than I can chew with my health issues, like with how bad this is, like on a daily basis, and like having to help my mom and my aunt with my grandma, and my dad too. But we'll do as much as we can. What I want to like, any ideas that I have, if you guys want to take those ideas and me promote your channel, like if you wanted to do a Twitch movie for targeted individuals, like you could do that, and I would promote that, right? I'll keep promoting it, because I know it takes a long time to grow any kind of channel or get people. Like we only had like I think 7 to 10 people at movie night, and you know, I had tons of people in chat, but I knew that. Like I knew that was going to be kind of the deal, because you got to do stuff a bunch on these social media sites for people to build up on your channel, right? Especially targeted individuals. It's like I've been doing this 7 years, and I've only got 3,500 subscribers who I love and adore, and I appreciate them being subscribers, but 7 years, you know. Nadia says, for in the day of trouble he will conceal me in his tabernacle, in the secret place of his tent he will hide me. Oh, that's beautiful. That's 3 lines, and we'll put it up. We'll put it up there. I like that. True Kism says, Kyle, ever considered making TikTok videos to summarize and raise awareness? I saw that Michael Barden did, and he got tons of views, like hundreds of thousands of views or something, and then they changed it. So it was good. It was like good for his channel and stuff like that. It's so much, right? What I'm trying to do is throw spaghetti against the wall, and then like whichever ones stick, right? I think that Twitch will stick better than DLive, so we'll use DLive for now. That's some spaghetti that's kind of falling down the wall, right? DLive, we're still gonna you know, use it while it slides down the wall, and then I think Twitch is gonna stick. I think Odyssey's going to BitChute. I probably won't get a lot of it, and maybe the information will get some attention, but if I can do it automatically, so much the better, and then people can just watch them over there, the live streams I do here. And we'll see. And then I won't, and probably later on, I'll just be doing Twitch, YouTube, and Odyssey, right? So we won't be doing so much. And then maybe I could do TikTok. I don't know, man. My energy levels are so bad. What I was thinking is this. This is a thing. It's like you go to a neurologist, they have to know about brain energy metabolism, right? Like things to make your brain healthier, right? Neurologists, but they give pharmaceuticals, you know. They give pharmaceuticals for that. So I think what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be looking for a good probiotic that makes the brain a lot more sturdy. I think I could make TikTok videos. Is that easy? You got to edit. I got an editor. How many? They got to be 30 seconds. How many seconds can they be? I could just make some funny videos, like not. I guess it wouldn't be funny, but like, oh my god, I'm getting hit in the chest in the microwave. Oh, I must be mental. Like something funny. That's stupid what I just said, but something like funny and creative about the targeting and about how we're treated or something like that. Maybe just put like little excerpts from Nils Melzer or James Giordano on TikTok. So I create a TikTok and like put little excerpts of very, very important information from maybe my live streams and stuff like that. Does it have to be like a weird? You can just put up information, right, in short little bursts. Yeah, Truekism says you can summarize in quick clips your situation. Yeah, let's do that because it seems like a lot more people see the TikTok stuff. Seems that way. It seems maybe it's like, yeah, Zay Rex said, yeah, Michael Barden did TikTok and blew up. Yeah, he said that he got like 100,000 views on one of them, but then he said that they like manipulated it back down or something like that. Paul Abernathy liked that one too. I'll put that up on the screen. Oh yeah, okay. So it comes up 3 lines here, but it'll go to 2 lines here. That's cool. So to Kyle, King James Version 27:14. Wait on the Lord, be of good courage, and He shall strengthen thine heart. Wait, I say, on the Lord. Yeah, but just like I said, there's also verses like Nadia just did a verse earlier from the Bible, and it was about, I don't know where that is. I can't find it. I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying, man. Yeah, I'm of good courage, and just in my heart, God tells me to help people, and you help the group, you help yourself. We can't just overlook other people's suffering. It goes against everything that God has put in my heart, my mind. And I know things are big. We can't like save the world or change the system, but we must always, be like Jesus. Jesus was walking and helping people all the time, trying to heal people, right? And I'm not saying that I could heal people miraculously, but healing people with like love and care. And it's like we must do that. We must do that. I feel like in the Christian community there's some psyops going on about like, just don't do anything, and like if there's anything good that comes along, it's probably Satan, because everything good or bad is I don't know. The Bible is very contradictory. I think you got to go with your heart. I think I don't want to say anything that's gonna piss Christians off tonight, but I know what God puts in my heart, and I know that like everything evolves. Our understanding of everything evolves. God is infinite, and understanding evolves, right? So it's not God that's changing, but obviously our understanding of God has to change. Like, let me say this: it's like leave it to human beings to put God in a box. And that's what I'm going to say about the Bible. The Bible is good inspiration. I'm going to get a lot of thumbs down. We put God in a box. We boxed him up. We put them in a corner. We said, this is all of you, this book. And there's universes outside of universes. We don't know a lot of things about our universe. So I think the Bible is really good. It is the truth. It is from God, right? But it was for the people back then. It's a tradition that we follow, but we've got to learn more. I don't know. I'm just talking. But it seems like that's what human beings do. It seems like you can't put God in one book, to me. But I do cherish the Bible and I respect it, and there's a lot of good in there, But it is contradictory. I mean, factually, it's contradictory. Many different writers saying many different things about what they thought, right, while they were inspired by God, right? So it's these different people, these magnificent people through history, writing, being inspired by God, but living in different times back then, and especially after the tone was completely different, right? I don't know. I don't want to talk about that stuff too much. I don't want to offend anybody. Wait upon I say we do both. We be patient, wait upon the Lord, but while we're doing it, do as much as we can for each other, and do as much as you can for people that you see are suffering. God relies on us. Because in my situation, it's like I'm like, this is a complete. This is like, what happened in my life, so it's easy to talk about. It's like I got targeted, right? Over targeted, and God immediately put it in my heart. You got to start helping people. That's the way you're going to get help. Like, it was in my heart. You help people, you're going to get help. If you don't, like, if we're just waiting and we're kind of just, you know what I'm saying? So it's like action is the way you get help. It's very ironic. When you start helping a lot of people and you're taking action, faith in action, it's like it comes back to you, and you help a person, they help you. You lift them up, they lift you up, and it's like this infinite energy, and it's so divine, But yeah, I agree. We gotta be patient. Hey, the Plume, what's up? I guess I don't have anything else that I wanted to show you guys. I just wanted to show you guys that thing on the Nils Melzer's latest comment. And Nadia says, I'm grateful you did, Kyle, because you've helped me a lot. Thank you, Nadia. You've helped me a lot too, Nadia. She's really good with like supplements and cleansing. Want to mention, because it's something that I need to do. So Nadia says you get like 2 tablespoons of apple cider vinegar in the morning. Like when you wake up in the morning, 2 tablespoons of apple cider vinegar with a little bit of cayenne pepper on there, right? And then you take that in the morning. Do you mix it with water, Nadia? But I'm going to start doing that because I feel really bad in the morning, and I think that can clear out the nanoparticulates, like especially the funguses and the like Morgellons type stuff. I think that can like flush it out, really clear it out. I thought that was a great idea. True Kism says you speak so fluently, logically, and you are very smart. Thank you. I was yelling at my attackers. When I'm off the videos, I feel so tired. My brain feels so tired. But I get on here and I'm like presenting information. It's almost easier to talk. It's almost easier to do this for some reason. I don't know. Because like I don't keep in touch with people enough in the community. I need to. I don't know. Guys, I know we're all tired. We're all just doing our best. I was gonna say something else. It's like not even just words now. It's like whole trains of thought that they're derailing. It's so bad to the brain. I've got to be able to go to a neurologist at this point in time with all this news out. I'm gonna bring in all the news stories to the neurologist so they can't. Because this is what my other neurologist is. Oh, I've never heard of the Cuban embassy attacks. And he did. He had heard about them, but in his mind he was saying, I better not say that I heard about the Cuban embassy attacks to escalate this person's mental illness, right? So crazy. I mean, that guy, what William Casey said, our job will be complete when everything the American people think is the truth is a lie, and everything they think is a lie is the truth, our job will be done. Why would they want to do that? Like, ask yourself why they would want everybody so confused, not knowing what's going on in their system, their communities, their cities, their countries. Because if people don't know what's going on and they don't have knowledge, they make bad choices. They make very, very bad choices. Those choices can lead to violence. They can lead to all this stuff that then the top can use, right? What happens when people have knowledge and information about things? They're good people, are on the same page and have all, the right knowledge. They make good choices. They make wise choices, right? Especially if they, have emotional intelligence and compassion and things like that. Yeah, Paul. Yeah, I'm not trying to knock anything. I'm not trying to be sacrilegious, obviously. I just do. It's just I guess I'll say it and I can get thumbs down, but I think we boxed up God. I think people, that's what we do with everything. It's like we try and like box it up and sell it, and it's like I don't think God is just that book. I think those are his words, yeah. But I think there's more. We get inspiration. We can actually get in touch with God by reading the Bible. It's divine. It is divine. But I think when it becomes like this is it thing, and we're not like looking at the world and new sciences and new forms of like new ways of looking at our reality, because that's going to be an evolution. New ways of even looking at how our reality works and how energy and frequency and resonance can change certain things. They can change your health, and they can change things around you. They can vibrate to other people and make them like happy or sad. This whole new sciences are coming out, and we're in the middle of it. We're in the middle of the hurricane, right, where they're using this technology to just try and kill us and make us crazy and everything like that. But I think we need to like kind of grab the hammer. Yeah, Paul, dude, please come with verses. Like, I don't know. We're just doing verses. I'm just talking, man. I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad. It's just, I gotta say what's kind of on my heart. And I love you coming in here and doing the verses, but it's like Trueism says you speak so okay. Trueism says look up Brian Wilson in the Beach Boys and his story. Exactly what everyone is going through. Is he targeted? Brian Wilson and the Beach Boys? Yeah, Tidy. I did an article about that. What is up with the military giving the soldiers EMF detectors? Will we be able to get them? We should be. Midge from Targeted Justice a while back was talking about we need these little radiation meters, right? And we need to put them on us to see how much we're getting. I think you can just order them. I'm not sure where you can. I think you could order them from like Less EMF. I think you can order them. Like somebody was showing me another site. I can't remember it though. It's like something EMF or something like that. But yeah, we can get those. And then I kind of wanted to. DePlume sent me an article about an EMP pulse, and I didn't pull it up, but I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up now. What's that? Let me get my phone. See, we can hang out and kind of read this. I kind of wanted to talk about this. Maybe let's watch webtv.un.org. Let's watch some of this. Let's watch a little bit of this. What Nils Melzer talking, since this video is about that. We'll go to web TV. What is it? TV. I think he's going through the process, That's what I think is occurring. And he understands how big it is. He's trying to do I think, is he's trying to tell the whole UN, look, countries aren't cooperating. We're going to have to get through that barrier, right? And I think they have things in place. This was the 8. Can I just put in 8th March? Can I just put in Nils Melzer? This is UN Web TV. Can I just put in Nils Melzer? What's... Okay, here it is. Which is the 20... Which way? Hold on one second. 24th meeting. So was it the 24th meeting that was the good session Human Rights Council 128.43? You want to watch some of this? Okay, look at this, guys. So this is Nils Melzer, the 46th regular session, and then it's continued. So this is all the stuff that he said from the 8th and 9th of March. So you just go to UN Web TV, right? And then just put in Nils Melzer, and this will come up. Let's listen to a little bit of it. Let me share my screen here. Y'all want to listen to a little bit of it? Just the beginning? Let me get it up there. So that's good. Thank you for sending me that to Plume. Just type in Nils Melzer. Let's watch a little bit of it. And let me share the screen real quick. Kind of just listen to the first part of what he says. Oh, hold on one second. What's that? We're gonna... Yeah, somebody else always recommends Boys from Brazil. The Beach Boys just reminded me of that. They say The Boys from Brazil was like a movie about mind control that's like really, really good. But I never watched it. There's so many good movies in documentaries and stuff that I haven't watched. So let's check this out. 8th March 2021. Interactive dialogue with Special Rapporteur on torture and other cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment or punishment. Let's watch about it. Let's see what we think. Let's use our discernment, right, guys? Grave concern. Dude, guys, like like I do kind of talk to my attackers sometimes when I'm in my place. They are criminals. Like UN is trying to stop this. Like the UN, the world's governing body. I know that's bad, New World Order, but we got to take and get as targeted individuals, and we got to try and get out of this torture. That's like priority number one. The world, like the people who step in and say you cannot do it because of human rights are after these countries for doing what they're doing to us. Like, do you see what I'm saying? That gives us power. We have power here. We are normal human beings who are being hit by microwaves. We need to take our power, not as victims, but as survivors of this. The UN's going after this. How successful it will be? My question is this. Who's more powerful? The UN or the military industrial that have global ties, right? In like every Five Eye country, who's more powerful? And we're about to see. Like, I feel he looks very tired and stressed out. He looks very tired and stressed out. I'm not saying he's targeted or anything like that. I'm just saying very stressed out. Because I think he's learning how much torture is going on in every community in every country, 24 hours a day. Okay, Nadia says, the Bible is living word. It's alive, and by the Spirit, God can discern someone to understand from it, and He wants you to. Yeah. So it will speak to the individual. Yeah. And then Nadia says, Ginkgo biloba, you just have to remember to take it. Help memory. Maybe I should take that. It's very specific. It's like, oh, there's no sound? There's no sound? Didn't share the sound. There was no sound on that? It's really good. There's no sound. Let's start it over, guys. It was like 2 minutes. Thank the Lord I looked at the chat. Okay, wow. Sorry about that, guys. Oh man. Okay, let me share the sound this time. Watch a little bit of this here. Now, able to hear the sound. It's pretty good. We need to listen to what he's saying.
In 15 minutes.
And
I now
people
give
use
the
your
floor to
discernments
Mr.
on
Nils
what you
Melzer to
what you think
present
about
his
this.
report.
Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, I will limit my introductory...
Okay, so Brian, and hey Brian, nothing. But my thing is like maybe they won't be successful in opening these programs up and shutting them down, but then just to see, right, get this information out to the public, right? So even if the UN isn't completely what he talks about in the human rights councils to move forward, right? Even if the UN is not successful in shutting these programs down,
remarks
or
to my country
introducing
visit to the
sanctions.
Maldives and my thematic report. A summary of my other activities during the reporting can be found at the beginning of my full report. From 17th to 24th of November 2019, I conducted a country visit to the Maldives. I would like to sincerely thank the government for their excellent and constructive cooperation throughout the visit. The visit was conducted in accordance with the terms of reference of my mandate, and I have issued a full report with comprehensive observations and recommendations as Annex 1 thematic report. In principle, The Maldives is equipped with the necessary legal, structural, and procedural framework, political environment to prevent torture and ill treatment. In my view, the biggest challenges faced by the Maldives are over-incarceration, inadequate conditions of detention, and impunity for violations. I am delighted to report that shortly after my visit, the government my recommendation and declared on 26th of December 2019 its recognition of the competence of the Committee Against Torture in accordance with Article 22 of the Convention. The government has also invited me to conduct a follow-up visit in November to not take place due to the COVID restrictions. Chair, during my last session of the Council, I expressed grave concern at the complete lack of cooperation shown by the 4 states directly involved in the case of Julian Assange in response to no less than 8 official communications and several press statements. After my prison visit to Mr. 19, I had transmitted allegations of serious government misconduct involving torture and ill treatment, the symptoms of which have been confirmed by 2 independent medical experts specialized in the examination of torture victims. During my interactive dialogue, I stressed that, I quote,
We need that. We need that. Like how can we apply to the UN for them to get their torture experts and give us evaluations? Because I guarantee you that if I was evaluated by these torture experts, they would see the trauma, post-traumatic stress disorder, things like that. It's fatigue, and all the different things that the remote neural manipulation does. They would know that there was something going on. How would we request that?
When consistently refuse to cooperate with the international mechanism they have created for the monitoring of their compliance with the human rights committed to as a matter of treaty law, I am seriously alarmed as to the continued credibility and functionality of the global.
Yeah.
I have therefore chosen to more proactively raise these issues in the public sphere and to draw attention to the related systemic risks and for the international rule of law more generally. End of quote.
See, he's going through here. There's no way that you can just like with one swing just take all these programs, massive thing that moves along.
In follow-up to these concerns, my current report observed shortcomings are not only a singular phenomenon limited to a particular case, but on the contrary of a more generalized trend. More specifically, my report systematically evaluates the effectiveness of the cooperations in their responses and follow-up to all official communications and all country visit requests transmitted by my mandate during the years of my tenure from 1st of November 2016 until 31st of October 2020. Thorough, substantive and statistical analysis. I am alarmed to report that at least 90% of states' responses to more than 500 official communications fell short of the standard of full cooperation set by Human Rights Council Resolution 43/20 and its predecessors. Communications did not receive any response whatsoever.
See, now what I want to see, I guess maybe he doesn't see anything about resolutions that they're going to come up with to go ahead and force countries to cooperate. Because I think that they have mechanisms to do that. I think the UN has mechanisms to do that. I wonder if he says anything about it.
At least 50.
No spoilers for anybody who's seen this.
4% otherwise failed to address the allegations in a manner that would have allowed to effectively prevent, investigate, prosecute, or redress the reported allegations as required in national law. Likewise, 8 out of 10 country visit requests received no or no satisfactory response, having issued a standing invitation to special procedure mandate holders. This has effectively prevented me from conducting monitoring visits based on the priorities identified by my mandate. A similarly discouraging picture resulted from the official state consultation conducted to inform the present report. Although 195 governments were formally invited and repeatedly reminded to self-evaluate their cooperation with my mandate based on a simple questionnaire, and to identify any challenges arising in this regard, as well as to make recommendations with regard to desired improvements, 90% of those countries that have received individual communication by mandate in the past 4 years did not even respond to the consultation. The harsh reality is that over a period of years, the cooperation of states with my mandate has been marked by a staggering failure rate of 80% on country visit requests and of 9% on individual communications.
I wonder why. I wonder why from 2006 to 2020 cooperation started to fade more and more, right? When it was already, they weren't cooperating before, but it was like even worse. All these countries are targeting more people. They're pulling in more people to experiment on and everything. And they don't want the UN coming in and like, because the UN would be able to at least raise world awareness about it, right? And then game over. They've already done it in my eyes, like with the human rights councils and everything, the 2 human rights councils where he spoke about neurotechnology and AI. He's in the UN. The UN is already, I can't think of the word, but the UN has already, said that this kind of stuff was going on. So if they had a session and it just came out, right, that people in all these countries are being remote microwaves by directed energy weapons, that would be game over for these programs. And then it would be a process of what would happen after that. I don't know. It's so unprecedented, but it would be like a very, very good thing for us.
Moreover, this trend has remained changed since the establishment of the mandate in 1985. Thus, my predecessors have consistently observed a stark cognitive and institutional frameworks established by states for the prohibition, prevention, investigation, and redress of torture and ill treatment, due to practice of such abuse in all regions of the world. Special rapporteurs repeatedly found that the vast majority of allegations transmitted to states remained unresolved or unanswered, while the most solicited states often ignored, postponed, or declined requests to conduct in-country visits that would have permitted an objective assessment of their compliance with the prohibition of torture and ill treatment. It goes without saying that consistent failure rates of 80 and 90% over a period of 35 years are not just failure, which fundamentally questions the credibility of states' commitment to the adult treatment.
Because what's happening is they're torturing more people. They're torturing more people, FFs, to really torture like the whole population. So we're going into a time of tyranny where everybody, like the whole public will be tortured in their lives, even if they're not directly tortured by directed energy weapons or remote neural manipulation. So he's seeing this systemic. I think he's smart enough to know that it's growing. It's not just like this systemic thing in this problem, but like torture. I think he understands. He understands this growth towards like torturing more people, for these countries. It's going to be interesting. It seems like his predecessors really had, and they just didn't get they communicated with the country. The country said no, blah, blah, we don't have torture, or just didn't answer them, and then it just fell. Is it going to do that this time? You know? For me, it's like it doesn't matter. We're talking about this. The UN knows about our problem. What happens there? There's going to be other stuff where we can use it, right? No matter if the UN succeeds or fails in stopping all of this, because it's going to be a bunch of things happening that, you know, change things in a very unprecedented way that I'm not sure of, you know.
And reactions of governments involved aggressive rejection, unsubstantiated denial, bureaucratic evasiveness, and unfortunately, this confirms the practical relevance and prevalence of the scientifically documented and denial described in my latest report to the General Assembly. In order to reverse the long-standing and shortcomings observed, nothing less than a groundbreaking change of attitude and serious efforts is required on the part of states. Governments must understand that the absolute and universal prohibition of torture and ill treatment is not some kind of declaratory slogan to be repeated and celebrated at international conferences, but that it inevitably requires the political determination to take difficult decisions and not elsewhere, but right there at home.
Boy, if that guy's a puppet, he sure is one of the best actors that have ever been born in humanity. I mean, this guy, like, I'm getting sincerity from him. Like, I'm getting genuine emotion, like, he's very genuine about this. This is his job. I don't know about the whole UN, but I'm not picking up anything about him just saying stuff. Like, he's talking about groundbreaking change.
I therefore urge states, in their interaction with my mandate, to unequivocally strive for the standard of full cooperation set by the Human Rights Council and to ensuring full and complete compliance with their legal obligations arising from the universal, absolute, and non-derogable prohibition of torture and ill treatment. In order to facilitate and streamline future efforts at evaluating and improving the cooperation of states with special procedure mandates, I further recommend that the OHCHR initiate and conduct a multi-stakeholder process aiming to identify agreed general standards for this purpose in all areas of our work, including official communications, country visits, and thematic reporting. And I look forward to a fruitful and constructive dialogue.
So, I mean, so he's not cooperating, so they're going to change how they can go into countries and check this stuff. I think that's the basically where it's like, okay, they're not going to cooperate. The UN's going to come up with better ways to force it, you know. Hey, Tanya. How are you doing? Tanya says, hi, Kyle. Hi, everyone. Hi, Nadia. Hi, Alan. How was your week been? I'm keeping my head above water. Making a wave when I can. Temporary layoff. Something to do. Good times. Good times. Tidy says, what stops this? So many people are not aware of this possibility. That's the true sickness, I believe. Yeah. It's these huge things. Huge. Did you get on there, Tanya? I don't know how long that movie live stream's going to be up there. It may be gone. But it was the sound from the CD player kind of messed everything up. We're gonna watch movies like from online and stuff. I might have to rent some movies from YouTube. From YouTube. I do have I have a torrent that I go to. It's moviego.net, and it's this. I think it's like Russian. It's like a Russian movie torrent. It has all the new movies. You can get any movie on there. They have all these pop-ups that come up and stuff like that. And I'm not sure, like, that would be a good. It'd be we could get any movie on there, but I'm not sure about the putting that online. I could get in trouble, so we'll find a way. You couldn't make an account, Tanya. I don't think you have to make an account. I think you can just go to my page. Like you don't even have to sign up. You can just go to my page, down arrow, and you can see my replays, and you can watch the replays. If not, you just sign up, and I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that hard to sign up to DLive. We might be doing a Twitch though too. That's gonna. Oh, you do everything off your phone, Tanya? Because it either has to happen to them or they really have to dig. So I'm not hating everybody, but it's out there. Just think, ask questions. Yeah, I mean it's out. This should be common knowledge, right? But people have been taught like through their whole lives, and their parents have been taught through their whole lives that if somebody says that they have voices in their heads or the government's following them, that they're mentally ill. So we're going up against like years and years, like decades of propaganda to train people's thinking into not understanding this, right? This was thought out like in after World War II, like the whole progression of this program and how they were going to keep it under wraps. The DSM being written for these programs. So if somebody was getting attacked and experimented on and getting V2K, that they would go to a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist would look at the DSM. The DSM the things they had planned for, right? I still believe there's organic mental illnesses. I think that they, what my attackers, what I was thinking of last, like, wow, there's like, so many. I forgot the term I used, but I was like, so many lines of artificial mental illness running through my brain, right? V2K would be like schizophrenia, because you hear voices with schizophrenia. Emotions going down would be like bipolar or manic disorder or whatever, but it's artificial, right? It's by technology. And I think we all understand this. They're trying to mimic organic mental illness in us, right? And so they use the DSM, but they have been like planning on, okay, what if we're doing this and their family members see that it's happening and they're telling their family members, well, we got to train everybody's brains because anybody who's not being targeted, we want to just be like mental illness. That's mental illness. That's mental illness, right? So people have been propagandized for how many since 1950? What's that? 70 years? You know, that's tough. That's tough conditioning to break through, and plus a great fear of just the whole subject, right? Brian, just look up the Beach Boys, Steven. Steven, look up the Beach Boy. Look up Beach Boys, Brian Wilson. I don't know. We'll still be doing stuff on YouTube. I'll probably be doing stuff on YouTube the most, Tanya. And then we might just go over to DLive every once in a while. I was thinking, I'm going to put up a little poll. I heard Gladiator. Gladiator's a good movie to watch next. I was thinking about Willow. I want to watch. I guess we'll watch the first Blade. We won't jump into Blade 2 because I kind of want to watch all those. So that's 3. Give me another suggestion. Give me 4. We want 5 suggestions. We want 5 suggestions. So I'll put in 3. Gladiator, or Blade. And then I want 2 suggestions. Somebody give me 2 suggestions, and then we'll do a poll on YouTube, and then maybe this weekend, maybe Saturday night. What's it? It's Friday today, so that'd be tomorrow. Maybe I'll do another. We'll do another kind of not serious video, but I guess serious video, serious information, and then maybe during the week we would have a movie night. I kind of wanted to do it on the same night all the time. Okay, DePlume says The Quiet American. The Quiet American. So we got Gladiator, Willow, Blade, The Quiet American. It says Whale Rider. What's Whale Rider? I've never heard of that movie. But we got four. We got four there. Tidy says, yeah, Tidy says it's in music, it's in video movies. Yeah. Tidy says 80 plus years. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yes. They've been just conditioning people so long. Tidy says manipulate your cells too. Yeah, the microwaves affect your cells, affect your body on a cellular level, can really damage the cells in your. That's why it's like grounding is really good for that, because whatever they're doing and hitting you with, and even some of the remote neural manipulation, if you're using grounding, it's just like flowing out of your body. They're hitting you with something, but your skin's not galvanized, and then it just flows into the ground. It flows into your grounding thing. Let me write these movies. I don't know about the Whale Rider, Tanya. Can you make another suggestion? We got The Quiet American. I want to see that because I've never seen that. Okay, I think. What about Metropia? Will be one of the suggestions. Okay, a family movie, Whale Rider. Okay, DePlume. I'm gonna read your comment, Tidy. I just want to write these things. Blade. Gladiator's sounding really good. I think Gladiator's gonna win. So Quiet American, Blade, Gladiator, Willow. I don't know. I think maybe people want to watch Willow. I think we need Quiet American would be like a kind of a targeted individual thing. The other three are kind of just inspirational, ones that I really like that inspire me through the talk. It'd be good if we could find another one that's like kind of like tie it like Control Factor or Metropia, where targeting is in the movie, or something like, what was the other one you were saying, DePlume? Other movie you were talking about. Okay, The Whale Rider. Okay. Yeah. All right, we'll do Whale Rider. Well, once Whale Rider in there, and we're gonna do that. We're gonna put that in the poll. And what I'll do, what I'm going to do is I'll just do a poll like tomorrow or the next day, and I'm not sure when I'm going to do the movie night, but we'll know which movie everybody wants to watch. I'm kind of betting that Gladiator's going to win. Maybe not, though. Maybe not. I kind of want Gladiator. Actually, I kind of want Willow to win. Willow is like one of the best movies ever. Let's listen to a little bit more of this. I woke up like at 9:30 tonight, and I'm gonna have to stay up all night. So let's listen to this a little bit more. If there's something really important, guys, like an important link about anything new that's going on with targeting or with the Senate hearing, please put that in the chat. We can look at that. Okay, Whale Rider was in the Sundance Film Festival. Okay, no, it's on the list, Tanya. I don't know about it, but we're putting it on the list because you want to put it on the list. Tidy says it was V2K for me at first, then I got hit with something off and let the whatever they did to me take over so they could focus on other people. Tidy says, but I've been fighting it, and your body can heal. Yeah. I think that happens to a lot of TIs. They'll target them, do the V2K and stuff like that, but then it's like they'll just automate everything. Where maybe they might have a human operator come in and check on it, right? And I wish I was one of those, because I feel like it's a little bit, you can trick it a little bit. I got really unlucky. I think I got really unlucky because when I was a little kid. I don't think it was right when I was born. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it was at Ochsner, and I got put into like it was based on mapping the mind and doing a lot of sophisticated stuff to the mind and doing brain to computer interface. So with my protocol, like interacting with my brain is a huge protocol they're working on. So the human operators are there. They switch out but they're there. And then tons of it is done automatically. Like they put in lines of remote neural manipulation that just run automatically, right? That they don't ever have to mess with. They may tweak it a little bit or whatever. And I think it's hard to believe for some target individuals. Some target individuals are like, no, you're being tricked. No human operators there. You're just being tricked by AI. Because maybe in their situation it is full AI and they can tell. But on mine, it's like there's specific things with brain to computer interfaces with these people, with the hive mind. And it's like, I'm serious. This has to be how, like, two people will be there. Both of their brains will be hooked up to do brain to computer interface with you, but their minds don't connect. Like their minds aren't in each other's or anything like that, but both of theirs can send things to your brain. I mean, think about how rapey that is. Rape, two people like shoving things in your mind. Like I'll be having a thought and then this dude will put something really skeevy at the end of the thought to end the thought. I mean, that's what we're talking about, and this is factual. It no longer needs to sound crazy or anything. It's gonna come out, guys. We've got to be correct. This is gonna be the future. This is gonna be everything. This is gonna be everything in the future. No matter how bad things get or whatever, directed energy and he's doing things with the brain and people being able to like telepathically do crap and connect to their computers with their brain and their phone with their brain and everything. It's what's going to be the future. I don't think it can be stopped, but definitely it can help us out to have courage to end these programs, right? Because they'll have to end. They can't just keep. They'll either have to kill us all, which that's millions of people, right? They can't kill millions of people all at once, targeted, right? They can't kill that many people. It'd be way too suspicious. So I don't feel like they're just going to kill all the target individuals off. I feel like something different's going to happen and ease up things for us. You know, I feel that way. I can't guarantee anything. I can guarantee that if we are positive and look for solutions and things like that, by defenses, by hook or by crook, we will get relief. You know, we will get away money and things like that. If we trust in God, we'll find ways to, you know, get through life, still have joy, and live in this bizarre kind of situation. I'm working on it. I'm saying things that I need to really trust in God about. Make a burrito for me, DePlume. Y'all want to look up Whale Rider? Well, let's listen to a little bit of this. How long have we been going, guys? Doesn't really matter. Like, it's 2 right now. We can stay on to like 3. Just hang out. Since we're at kind of the end of the live stream, whoever wants
According
to
to
chat.
our practice, by hearing the delegation and National
Yeah.
Human Rights Institution of the country
Yeah, Tanya says, I can't believe what they are doing to us, Kyle. It's satanic. It's inhuman. It's inhuman. I'm more disappointed. I'm not disappointed in the people who are microwaving me or the gang stalkers. I guess the gang stalkers are disappointed. I'm disappointed in good Americans and good people in every country, whatever country you're in. I'm disappointed in those people not standing up right. Family's been good to me. In some ways, they didn't even want to look any of this up. You know, I wish they would have cared enough. Like if my brother came to me and said, "Look, I'm being hit with remote microwaves," and he was saying all this stuff that made sense, where he didn't sound crazy, I would have looked that stuff up. I would have said, but I'm more disappointed, and I'm not talking about my family right now, but just all of the public who is good to hear things about this and not dig into it. And then these YouTube channels that they're smart enough to know what's happening, lying about it. Like that guy, Ordinary Gamers, he knows. He looked into it. He's a researcher. He looked at targeted individuals. He knows that this stuff is going on. So his final thing on his video was like, yeah, there are targets, but you have to be a real piece of shit to be targeted. Like, that was his ending thing. Because he knew that people were being targeted, and I think that's what the people who do figure this out, we're going to have that speed bump of them going, well, these people deserve to be targeted. Because they're... There's going to be that narrative. There's going to be it's Russia or maybe it's China. They're going to try and throw in. I'll predict they're going to try and throw in so many freaking theories that when we tell the truth about who's doing it, it's just going to be another one of those theories in there. That's how it's going to be reported. Well, it could be this, it could be that, it could be this, and that buys them time. You see, that's why it's like that's what everything. It's like so many like in communities where there needs to be this like unity on what's happening, and there's differences in concrete, factual, military industrial complex organization of contractors and stuff like that doing this to us. It's hands down. Like I'm going to do some more videos just showing the evidence again. I may even do flashback videos of contractors of death and all that stuff. And then I forgot what I was going to say. I have to go really fast or I'll lose it because they're doing something to my short-term memory and cutting it. If I go fast, if I just go real fast, it won't cut it off. Damn. Man. Pulling of my brain. Where it's like I have to talk really fast, or it's just like I forgot what I was talking about. I forgot everything about what I was saying. Yeah. So Tidy says it's a mix of both. I still hear the AI and human ops, but it's very low now. That's good. Are you using a lot of defenses, Tidy, or it's just like they kind of switched it up? Heath Ledger's in it? Tanya Bauer says Two Hands, Heath Ledger, Brian Bauer. Is that another movie or is that Whale Rider? Heath Ledger, Brian Brown, Rose Byrne, good movie. Is that Whale Rider or is it a movie called... We already put Whale Rider in. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing well. I completely was saying, guys, let's watch a little bit more of this. Is he going to talk more in this thing?
Concerned by the report being presented. And I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Maldives. You have 5 minutes.
Okay,
The
countries are
government of
responding.
Maldives welcomes the report presented by the Special Rapporteur on torture and other cruel, inhuman,
Do
or
we know
degrading
when
treatment.
do we know when America responded? Does anybody have a timestamp for that? Okay, so it's a movie called Two Hands. Yeah, I've never seen it either. Okay, Tidy says they switched it up, but I do have defenses that I use. Yeah. The most was like trying new things. It would kind of keep them on their heels because it would be kind of defending in a different way, and they use different attack. Electromagnetic fields, bidirectional streams, external hits, certain electromagnetic fields around certain areas of the body. Like, I'll give you all a kind of a gross example, but this needs to be said. Like, I've been going to sleep without my copper scrubbies, like blocking my groin area. It wasn't that bad. I think maybe they hit me with an external beam and stuff like that. But last night I did it, and I don't know, guys, you may experience this, but they'll create like a tingling sensation in the groin area, right? And I think they're basically putting an electromagnetic field around your groin. And it's just like, and it's doing stuff there. And they can also do stuff through remote, just a huge external stream of energy to your groin. So it's like I have to wear the copper scrubbies to bed. If I 2 days they didn't do anything, day it was like they were attacking my groin all night. I mean, that's sick. So sick. So Two Hands is a really good movie. Should we put in Two Hands or Whale Rider? I guess we could put in both of them. We could do that. We could just put in Two Hands. I've never seen that. We'll just watch whatever. Maybe just Whale Rider. We can put two hands in the next vote. And I'll do a little post soon. Not sure when we'll do the movie. I eventually want to get movie night Saturday nights where we just hang out, but since D Live is like erasing them all, I do want to check out Twitch and watch parties that could just stay there. So if anybody was like a targeted individual was like really lonely, you could and hadn't seen one of the movie nights, hang out with all of us. People will be in chat, right? I also kind of want to chat, and I think Twitch has this. I think Twitch is way better, where you can have a live stream and the chat's there and it's that same chat, right? It's like on D Live, there's like one massive chat. It's very weird. D Live is very weird, where it's like one massive chat and it just continues on, you know, which is weird. You know, I'd like people to be able to see the chat on even movie nights because we'll be talking about stuff like about our targeting and things like that, and then people can see that. They can see what y'all are saying about what y'all are experiencing. So what else you guys want to talk about? You know, I want to find. Nobody has a timestamp for when America responded? Does anybody have a timestamp for that? Let's see if I can maybe just get lucky. That guy's not in America, huh? See if I can find it. She's not from America. Let's listen to a little bit more of Nils Melzer, and what I'll do is I'll try and find America's response to that. So what we'll do is we'll go back. Oh, my computer's running really slow. We'll listen to a second thing on it. From the 8th of March, the 24th meeting, 46th regular session, and I think he starts it out. Wait, no, that's the same one. '26th meeting. Okay, let's watch the 26th meeting here. I gotta remember to share the volume. Let's do that. Share audio.
Was not only a colleague, but a dear friend to many of us. His dedication to human rights and multilateralism, and his pride in his country, made him a much respected person in Geneva. He will.
Sammy, we're watching the UN sessions where Nils Melzer was speaking, and saying that you know, countries are not cooperating with the UN coming in and investigating and seeing if they're doing any torture. Countries, a lot, like 90% of countries, are not cooperating.
Will be sadly missed. On behalf of the Human Rights Council, I wish to extend my deepest sympathies for his colleagues and his family. The permanent mission of Liechtenstein has informed me that they wish to address the Council on this sad matter tomorrow, the 10th of March, at 3 p.m., and this will be followed by a minute of silence. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now resume the inter on torture and other cruel, inhumane, and degrading treatment or punishment. We will now resume list of speakers for non-government organizations. And I give the floor to Connectus Diretus.
Would like to call this Council's attention to setbacks in public policies and instruments for combating torture and ill treatment in Brazil, especially in custody hearings and in national bodies. Custody hearings, which since 2015 have been playing an important role in combating torture in some states across the country by a video call made within the police station or custody places without the presence of the defense. The federal government carried a systematic attack on the national system for the prevention of torture, dismantling the capacity of the national mechanism to work and weakening the participation of civil society in the national committee, as well as designating military personnel for government representation. Worsening the situation, recent legislative changes gave power to the military justice system to investigate and prosecute human rights violations such as torture and even homicides committed by military personnel in public security operations. These changes also increased obstacles to the investigation by military police against civilians. These actions impact on the most vulnerable, especially black youth, the main victims of racism and state violence in Brazil. A protocol to the Convention Against Torture and to revoke the decree that weakens the system and mechanism for the prevention of torture. We also ask this country human rights violations in Brazil. Thank you.
Thank you. And I give the floor to the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative.
Thank you, Madam President. The Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative thanks the Special Reporter for his annual report and especially for elaborating on the categories of cooperation by states, which will be helpful for a more objective assessment of state response. While the findings of the report that 90% responses to the communications transmitted during the reporting period meet the standard of full cooperation are deeply concerning, they are not surprising.
Yeah, that's
the
what I would
Special
say.
Reporter has rightly observed that there has remained a gap between the international normative framework of prohibition agreed upon by states and the domestic efforts towards its eradication as the practice has continued. From a largely performative denouncement of torture to despite documented evidence, it is disconcerting that many states have failed to comply with their own voluntary pledges
I like her. She's like, boom.
and standing invitations. It still needs to be reiterated that the peremptory norm of torture prohibition is beyond all treaty obligations, admits no justifications, and is to prevent, investigate, prosecute, and eradicate the practice. Without the political will to bring about a holistic institutional change, the absolute prohibition of torture will be reduced to a hortatory claim. We thank the Special Reporter for addressing the issue of the so-called lawful sanctions or such other semantic manipulations, acts of torture and ill treatment. Mandate can be fully realized only through constructive engagement with and by states, and therefore identifying standards for evaluating and advancing the value of such cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I give the floor to the Society for Threatened Peoples.
Society
Thank
for
you, Madam
Threatened
President.
People.
We, the Special Rapporteur, we are deeply concerned by the increasing use of torture against Tibetans by the Chinese authorities, with some even leading to death. In this, a 19-year-old Tibetan monk from Zawangpu who was so severely tortured that he went into coma. The hospitals his injuries to be beyond treatment. Adding insult to injury, a Chinese court summoned him for the participation in the peaceful protest and in coma. He succumbed to his torture injuries on 19 January 2021. Similarly, a 51-year-old Tibetan tour guide died just last month while serving an arbitrary sentence of 21 years in prison for reporting on peaceful protests. He had suffered from a brain paralyzed while in prison. His family had no information about him until few days before his death. Sadly, torture and ill-treatment by the Chinese authorities have become a common practice. We therefore call on the Special Rapporteur and the Human Rights Council to urge the government of the Republic of China to stop the practice of torture and hold accountable the Chinese authorities responsible for these deaths, as well as...
So, like, she is from a group, I forgot the group's name already, but she's speaking out against the Chinese, like, torturing these Tibetans, which has been going on for, like, years and years, I think decades. is there, like, can you guys think, I guess this would have to be something that we'd have to talk about, but can we get a person to speak in human rights councils, like a targeted individual representative? You know, maybe the EU coalition is like work on that, but if we could have somebody to speak on our behalf at the UN, I think that that's probably coming. I think that that will. I don't think that would be an impossibility. You know what I'm saying? Whale Rider. I kind of want to see Whale Rider now. Yeah, Tanya. Here in Australia, they will cover up anything. I think in every country they're covering up anything. That's why it's like, I think that our hope, I agree, it's in awareness, but there have to be some big things, and that's why I'm like, completely focusing on the UN thing, because even if they just speak about it, it's worldwide, right? It's world, and it needs to be worldwide because America, because China and Russia wouldn't stop, right? It has to be big changes, you know. It's going to be a process. DePlume says human rights lawyer. So if we could get a human rights lawyer to maybe speak on it, are you saying maybe to speak on our behalf? There's rights organizations and stuff like that. I don't see why I don't see why none of them will or just even acknowledge us, you know, even acknowledge us and the torture that we're going through. That's going to change that.
Ensure
It's in the
reparation to victims and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the floor to the Helsinki Foundation for Human Rights.
Thank you.
Madam President, we thank the Special Rapporteur on Torture.
I mean, these organizations are kind of like the EU Coalition Against Cyber Torture. Those organizations, I could see a representative from some group like that being able to speak at a UN assembly.
For its report, effectiveness of states' responses and cooperation. We are extremely concerned at the lack of cooperation with the Special Rapporteur by the People's Republic of China. While the practice of torture is deeply entrenched in the criminal justice system of the PRC, the government has not issued an invitation to the UN Rapporteur on torture to visit, including to Tibetan areas. Tibetan political prisoners continue to be tortured and mistreated, often resulting in death just after the prisoner is released. On 6 February 2021, Kunchuk Jim died in hospital in Lhasa, less than 3 months after being transferred from prison. There had been no information on his whereabouts since his arrest in November 2013. In January, Tenzin Nima died soon after being released from police custody. He was arrested after peacefully protesting. In August 2020, Lamo, a 36-year mother of 3, died after mistreatment in detention. These are not unique cases. The Chinese authorities should be held accountable for the pattern of deaths of Tibetan after torture mistreatment in detention. We therefore support the call of you.
Los actos de tortura se han convertido en algo cada vez más común y denunciar no implica un verdadero acceso a la justicia. En federal, el 0,1% de investigaciones penales llega a una sentencia. De las denuncias de tortura presentadas ante la Institución Nacional de DEA 2016, identificamos
I picked up, I think, one word out of there. Payroll, maybe? Is there a payroll in there? Was there a payroll in there? Did she payroll?
que en México se implemente adecuadamente ir investigando.
Just want to see if maybe there's anybody from America.
As distancing and healthcare are rarely provided.
What?
Furthermore, the risk of torture has significantly increased as monitoring visits are limited. We would like to ask the Special Rapporteur gathering best practices on how to guarantee prisoners' rights during the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I give the floor to the Colombian Commission of Jurists.
You know, I don't want to say, like, because prisoners have rights to life too, I guess, but, like, I think that our issue, citizens being tortured by microwaves, should maybe trump, like, prisoners being safe from CV in prison. You know, that's wrong. But I just think that I think that's crazy that they're like, oh well, we got to take care of prisoners that they don't get CV and stuff. And our issue is completely ignored, and it's like the worst torture, murder, mind rape ever. You know. Tanya says target lawyers. I don't know. You know. And then Samia says, DePlume, where can I find one? And DePlume says, not sure. I'm not. Brian, Tanya's not a chatterbot. Man, stop that. It's like late night. Pretty much all these people, I have like some I've spoken to by text and phone. They're not, Brian. Like, they're just not, dude. There may be, like, who would even be a chatterbot? Like, if I could say anybody's chatterbot, I don't even see anybody who comes close. Bringing up movies about the whale rider in two hands, a chatterbot's not going to do that. It's string to people, Brian. You got to respect real targeted individuals. Please respect these real targeted individuals in my chat. I promise you, there's real targets in my chat that need help, and so you can speak in the chat and talk about a lot of what you've experienced in your researching, and you can help a lot of people. So just do that, Brian, and you don't have to worry. If there is a chatterbot, then it doesn't matter. You're helping all the real TIs with your knowledge, man. Yeah, that's hurtful. It's hurtful, Brian. When somebody's like really going through this, it's hurtful. You know, I know he doesn't want to hurt TIs.
En Colombia, los abusos en el uso de la fuerza cometidos por agentes del Estado contra manifestantes y personas de libertad.
They should translate some of that stuff. There's the end of it. I'm going to go through these and see if there's anything striking in them. Anything. Hey, Heavenly Bound. How are you doing, Brian?
Hear me now?
Yes.
Like, are you getting some healing?
Please proceed.
Okay, here he is.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
I tried to find the closed caption, but there's no closed caption on here. I want y'all to watch him talk. He's tired. He looks very, very stressed out. He doesn't look like, my discernment on him is just like he's doing his job. Like, he's really actually trying to, and it seems like it's a huge stress. Like, a lot of the things he says, he wouldn't have said, but he would have said, yeah, we're getting cooperation and we're not really finding anything, right? Like, if he was a puppet, he'd be trying to cover it up too, but worse and worse. Countries are torturing people with impunity. Like, he's telling the truth about stuff. Now, with our issue, so just like a lot of people that want this issue to come out, they kind of like dance around it, because if you just say it, then you lose all credibility. You like gaslight yourself, right? Like, that's my thing. I have to do that. Like, there have to be some of go full bore on it, but then there's got to be people with strategy to try and, you know, kind of get progress closer, and then about cyber torture, talking about AI, you talk about neurotechnology, and then they go, okay, and then people like remote neural manipulation is also. Some people are getting beat, right? It's this build up. It's the build up to the crazier stuff, right? And I think that's what's going to happen. I think it's going to build this progressive build up. The awful thing about this is what I wanted to say earlier. The awful thing about that is, like, we need immediate medical care. We need this torture stop immediately. Like, I need them to immediately get off of my brain with this remote neural manipulation. So we need immediate help. And that's the problem. This being tortured and like feeling like they're going to die every day, they need this to stop so they don't die, right? Or they worse, because your brain, your lungs are being hurt, your nervous system, your endocrine system, and everything is being played with and manipulated, and so you like being in this living hell, right? But the process of this is gonna take a while. So that's why I always say we got to do the defensive thing. You got to get it down to where it's brutal, but I can still go shopping. I can get food. I can maybe find some way to make money or get on Social Security or whatever. You got to get a little bit of energy going, de-intensify it. I'm doing bad, so I'm kind of just saying things we need to do. I'm doing bad, like having trouble doing anything during the day. But with the defenses, it's so much. I know it's so much better because I'll forget to use them or I won't use them, and then it gets way worse. So we've got to buy time. Many there in exactly what I was saying is happening in the consumer market. Somebody be something where it's like it's a jammer. It's a jammer for electronics. Jammer for like electronic equipment that you can wear on your body. But I was thinking that idea is great. A jammer to wear on your body. You take that concept of jamming electronic devices with it, and it could jam frequencies, and you can just wear it on your head, right? I mean, that hasn't been created, but these are things that are like in the process of being made, right? So basically, what I'm saying is, hang there, things with this technology and about everything that directed energy weapons and neuro weapons do, it's all changing. It's all society, and this, what is happening to us, hands down, will have to change with the whole world being aware like they know. You can't guarantee everything. We trust in God, we do our best, and then whatever happens, we put it in God's hand and help people as much as we can.
The state representatives yesterday, and also all the distinguished representatives of the civil society, that for their questions.
He looks really stressed. He's got this like red stuff on his face right there. He's got bags under his eyes. He looks disheveled. What is this man seeing? Because he sees our issue. He sees like all the remote microwave torture, remote neural manipulation, neuro weapons torture, directed energy weapons torture, gang stalking and stuff. He sees all that, but then there's like, Guantanamo, and then in third world countries, they're like, killing people and torturing them like right there, right? They have them right there. So he's seeing like brutal inhumanity going on all over the world. Like, I mean, that's gotta be this. Like, even thinking about like how to stop, gotta be so stressful.
Very valuable
beyond stressful.
Certainly, I also appreciate the numerous expressions of support and also report. Despite difficult message, and the special person should not be referred to as that. And I would like to clarify that clearly the recommendation is binding, but when our recommendations refer to binding rules such as preventing, investigating, and prosecuting torture, and they ignore those recommendations, then there is a violation of treaty law.
And that is binding. So Russia's like, oh well, your recommendations is the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture. They're not binding, but if they're breaking those laws of the UN, those treaties that the UN has formed, that is binding. So his recommendations are binding if they're not following that the UN has set forth. And no matter what the UN is, the rules on torture and inhumane treatment that the UN are good. They are good, and every country should abide by those. If they make a UN, a world, whatever the UN is supposed to represent, All these countries should be following those rules.
That was made, but because obviously of the treaty law that is not being respected. UK has asked me yesterday what actions states can take to better equip law enforcement officials to avoid and tackle the use of whole human rights. Well, in response to the UK, I'd like to say that it is first and foremost important to avoid legislation, policies that impose impunity or create other obstacles to ensuring accountability and redress for torture and ill treatment by state officials, whether during deployments overseas, domestic operations, including undercover agents. It is also important to ensure that judicial inquiries into state-sponsored torture are not prevented, particularly where such violations have been officially confirmed by parliamentary investigations. And thirdly, also, when my mandate transmits official comment on specific cases of torture, particularly when these allegations have been confirmed by medical examinations and personal prison visits, it would be advised.
That's the thing. That's why I'm saying it's like I didn't hear this before. It's an intuitive thing. It's like we're gonna have to prove. I think this is so bizarre how this is being done, and we're like, well, let's these things of gathering evidence about the frequencies and the V2K and everything, the things to your the e-meters and stuff like that. Not e-meters, the EMF readers, like EMF measurement tools and stuff like that. That's really good, but I think you listen to the UN, what they judge torture off of, right? They judge it off of, like, they do physical examinations and they see how the person's doing psychologically, and they would see, right? Like, just think about yourself, think about me. Like, if I was got evaluated by these torture experts, they would know I'm not schizophrenic or anything. They would see the trauma. They would know how to see that, right? So that's why I'm saying, like, all these tests, these cross-hatch, like cross-ref, it's gonna be a big proof for us. We need to be asked for somebody to be examined by these people, because I suspect, I can't prove it, I suspect that's what these experts on torture, they were evaluating Julian Assange, and he was remotely tortured. But that's what they were examining and saying, yes, he shows signs of torture. I can't prove that 100%, but
constructive dialogue and carry out the measures of prevention and investigation and redress that have been recommended.
Hey, Cellar Door says on who we are watching. It's Nils Melzer. Oh yeah, Nappy will get deleted? Did Nappy Head at Roots channel get deleted? I don't see why his channel would have been deleted. He talked about this, but he didn't talk. He talked about it. Okay, DePlume says, I think the U.S. representatives speak towards the end. Thomas maybe is his name. Not too sure his name, but apparently the U.S. just rejoined the Human Rights Council after Biden was elected. Yeah, I was saying that earlier, DePlume. That's a good thing for us. Maybe this is good. Maybe, like, because I see this thing in life where it's like, especially, I don't know, in my life where something really bad happens, but something really good comes out of it. Maybe Biden getting elected was really bad on a lot of fronts for America, but they're into, like, human rights and stuff, that they're going to stumble into this huge thing, not knowing, right? The Biden administration is going to stumble. We need a fix the attack and these remote microwave attacks, and it'll just stumble into it, right? We're in the Human Rights Council, so that'll change everything, because all these people in the military countries will learn. They'll be like, oh, well, they were saying this in the Human Rights Council, that people are being microwaved and stuff like that. They're looking into the Cuban embassy attack. There's so much stuff coming up, guys. Like, the cat is completely out of the bag. It ain't going back in. They even the mainstream media knows they have to stay with this Cuban embassy attack story. They have to stay with this remote microwave story. Why do they have to stick with those stories? Why dropped? Why hasn't why are they just not talking about that stuff in the mainstream media? Because think about it, you have huge stories like that in the mainstream media, and it's planned to like do some kind of narrative, right? So that tells me cat's out of the bag. Now they've got to control how this shit comes, this crap comes. Francais, it's so telling that they have to stick with it in the mainstream media. They would have dropped it if they wanted nobody talking. We've got 10 more years of this where people aren't going to know about it. They would have cut that off in the mainstream media because they control the media, bird media, like all those big time newspapers and stuff, even. So it's like a sign. It's like a sign. Okay, so Tanya says, call me nappy targeted individual, new channel. Is it on this one, DePlume? Is it on this? Let's watch the rest of this one. This is, I like watching, and I like showing Nils Melzer on live streams because I listen to him. Look at his face. Look at his face. Like, look at his, like, when he speaks, he cares. Like, I mean, are y'all getting that from him? And we're not gonna, you don't judge everything just by like, oh, well, he just seems like a nice guy or something like that. But I mean, everything I'm picking up from him, and this is a real job to him. And he's not, I think he's and told where not to go. I do think that's happening, but I don't think he's like working for that system to hide things. Like he's a person going into this. Very worried for him. I'm very worried for him, And I don't, well, I'm not going to go too far into that, but very worried for him.
Cyprus has asked whether I could elaborate on whether the response rate horizontally is the same.
Dude, because these people, these programs, like every country's military industrial complex, the DHS fusion centers being international, it's like one person, no matter how good they are, or how much they want to change the world, or how, nobody's spotless, right? But really good people, they don't care. One person, no matter what they can do for the world, no matter how they're helping their family, no matter, the destiny or their future, they don't care. One person gone to keep this system, to keep it secret from people is nothing to them. Because they've murdered so many people. Like, we know that. They've murdered so many targeted individuals. You had Elmira, you had Phil, you had Linda, you had so many more. There's this guy named James that I used to know who killed himself from this because the voices in his head and all the remote neural manipulation. Myra May, the Navy Yard shooter. God, yeah, so many people who were killed with this. So many more. There's, probably thousands and thousands of targets killed. Yeah, Jules says he probably feels like, what the hell? He's the lawyer for Julian Assange. Yeah. Yeah, Tanya says Frank Allen Boston YouTube. Is it Frank Allen Boston? Frank Allen Boston YouTube, great information. Yeah, Frank's a good guy, man. He keeps rolling on. I gotta go support more of those guys. But like I want to do a lot, but I'm gonna need to work probably with some of the bigger organizations. I don't know. We're gonna do some stuff. We're gonna see how it goes. I really think that we could accomplish it, or some of the bigger organizations maybe could accomplish it. Our human rights organizations to protect TIs and help TIs. We can lobby, or someone could speak at these UN general sessions about our specific issue. This is real. This is really happening, and everybody's got to get past like, oh, this is so sci-fi. It's mental illness. We gotta bust through it. Let me pull something up real quick. I'll show you what we have to do. Let me stop. No, okay, I'll pull that up at the end. Well, it's this in Captain America: Winter Soldier. He's going through a building and he's got his shield and he's busting down the walls. He's busting down the walls, and then he hits a wall that he can't go through, right? Or something like that. He can't bust through that wall. He immediately turns the other way and starts busting through other walls, right? I'm going to show this at the beginning of a lifetime. Bust through the walls, and then he hits one. He hits a thing where he stops, and then he just turns, and he keeps busting through the other walls. And that's what we got to do. If we hit a point where it's like, oh, this isn't going anywhere, whatever, then we just turn and we keep busting through walls. You know, this is going to come out.
Procedure mandate holders. Obviously, I cannot speak for other mandates, but as you will see in my report, I have encouraged other mandates to engage in similar evaluations and encourage the OHCSR to spearhead a transversal multi-stakeholder process aiming at identifying generic standards for precisely the purpose of having a more general evaluation. I also like to thank South Africa for their invitation to conduct a country visit. My office will certainly take up that offer and engage in a dialogue with the permanent mission in Geneva. OMCT has asked whether I plan to collect best practices to ensure the protection of prisoners during the COVID crisis. That I think is a good idea, especially now that we have passed well over a year in this situation. I shall certainly take up contact with other mandate holders such on health, perhaps also the working group on arbitrary detention to look through. I'd be happy also to consult with OMCT and other stakeholders, obviously, on this issue and how to proceed with this in the best manner. Also announce at this point that the present report, which focuses on individual communications and country visit requests, is the first part of the effectiveness of cooperation between states and my mandate. And the second part will focus on the impact of mathematical reporting to the country and whether that reporting has an actual real-world impact on legislation, policies, and practice of the state. So this will subject to it conducted throughout this year, and will then be subject to the report to my next two. I will also conduct in the coming months a separate consultation to inform my upcoming report to the General Assembly on accountability for torture and ill treatment. I'm fully aware that these consultations.
So in 2022, he's going to be given another report. It goes, if he ever did, if the United States was like, or Australia or the UK or China or Russia was like, hey, or Israel was like, hey, you can come in and check out our country and see, and he would go to Guantanamo Bay maybe, and he would go to all these places that are on the surface, right, and literally and figuratively, right, because they're putting military bases underground. So it's like if he even came and investigated, they would just hide all this, right? And he's saying he's writing a report in 2022. I hope something gets done by the UN, but we can at least use this, that they are talking about, our issue. Because they are. But that doesn't, it just, I don't know. I don't think the UN has as much power as the military-industrial complex. The military-industrial complex really, at this point, it's a global, it's connected globally at the tops of all the military-industrial complex of every country. Those people are connected globally to do these certain things, this full spectrum dominance to bring in the New World Order. Those people have been put in those positions, So really, it's just one giant military-industrial complex, if you think about it. Some of the people down at the bottom, like these people microwave me, they think, well, they're working for the American military-industrial complex, but I think that it's more they're all doing strategic things to bring about a new world order and a global kind of torture that they can do. Yeah, Three Hearts Church is great. Yeah, Tanya says James Lyko is great. He's getting, man, him and Donna are getting really hurt. I saw them on New Year's. That was the last time I talked to James, just for a second. Yeah, Tidy says it's like a loaded gun pointed at everyone. Sword of Damocles. There's this comic book when I was little. It was, the Sword of Damocles. I don't even know what that's from. Like, is it from the Bible? But the Sword of Damocles is like shoots something that shoots out of the sky and just destroys you, just destroys everybody. It's like they've got the Sword of Damocles. Like with this directed energy weapon infrastructure, it's like they have the Sword of Damocles, and they're doing experimentation and torture to individual citizens with their little miniature swords of Damocles, right, on those citizens. But they've got it to where, I mean, they could wipe out a city with directed energy bodies, and the buildings would stand. You know how like everybody talked about that? They were like, oh, there's nuclear bombs and stuff, but really what the cabal, the elite, want to do is they want to find something like biological weapons and stuff like that where they could kill the people but keep the infrastructure. And that's how the structure photonics go through walls, right? It doesn't damage the buildings or the infrastructure of society. It's people. It just damages the people. Jules says, when is the military gonna say about this? It is the military, but it's like the military is compartmentalized, right? So that there are good military who don't really know about this, or maybe they know about it, but they just don't say anything about it, and they do something else. They don't attack people with microwaves, and then that compartment, like in Air Force, in Army, in the Marine, in the Navy, especially naval like intelligence, and NSA, CIA, DIA. There's like people who like kind of maybe know about it by now because it's such a big topic, but they don't do anything about it, and their job is on something else. And then there's a compartmentalized groups inside of those that are doing this, that are working with the contractors that know that they're experimenting on human beings. You know, so it really is some of the military is great. I think that's the complication. It's like as human beings, we want to say, well, the CIA. Well, CIA is not a good example because they really are all bad. But like the FBI, like oh, everybody in the FBI is like corrupt, doing InfraGard, working with these programs and stuff like that. But some people in the FBI like don't really know much about these programs. They can't maybe know the story, like what's going on, but they can't do anything about it. And their job is like actually doing good things for people, right? And I think what we're gonna have is this. We can just push it a little bit further, and everybody in the world can push it a little bit further. You're gonna have these people in the DOD and the FBI and the NSA, the good guys who knew a little bit about it, but then it came out more, right? And all these people are going to start the hubbub, the buzz, right, about it. Maybe peer pressure stop a lot of people, but I think we're going to get a certain percentage of people that brushed up against it who were good, like good people in the FBI, good, and they contact with this crap, but maybe didn't they weren't microwaving people or participating, but they had found out about it in those groups. You know, it's like at this point, people who came, I'll just say 10 so I can pump up my ego, but the 10 people that came to the Rocky 4 movie night, I stopped it at one point. Rocky's fighting Drago, and the whole fight, like Drago just beating the crap out of his head, and then Rocky's like kind of chopping him down like a tree and stuff, and they're all beat up and stuff like that. But then at this one point, they just start lunging at each other and like almost wrestling each other. Everybody starts, both of their trainer teams just start running into the ring, and it's pandemonium, right? And it's like, what's gonna happen? And I think that's a good metaphor for the timing that we're in right now with all this. It's kind of like, what's going to go down? There's a lot of good human beings in the world, and it looks like the veil is lifted on a lot of the stuff. It's a little bit like what's going to happen? It's not set in stone that this new world order is just going to come in and get everything that it wants, because it's so ridiculous and dark. It suppresses every human being on the globe. It makes every human being traumatized, even if they're not directly targeted by directed energy weapons. You listen to Computing Forever. He's in Ireland. He's affected by CV, where he can't go to a pub, and he's, speaking out against it. It traumatizes him. This is a bit, these things are, FFs, they're lies. So every good person around the world is being traumatized and reacting to it. I think some good stuff's gonna happen. I really have some hope, guys. But I get really like I'm targeted so bad that it's just like I can barely get anything done. When I get up on here, we can get some stuff done, and I'm worried about other target individuals, like losing hope and just really not being able to find like living space and to make money and stuff like that. I just think you have to go on Social Security as a target individual, unless you have energy. Like if you're getting attacked all the time, V2K in your head, and it's just impossible to do anything, like trying to do a job and stuff is gonna make things worse. If you can, we need to get anything you can out of the government. I'm getting Social Security. I'm and I'm asking for donations on this channel too, so I can keep doing this. PayPal.me/Vulcan Wolverine, and I really appreciate everybody that's donated. But I'm looking for other ways, to make money, like being so tired. I forgot my point in that. But we got to work on that. Worry about that. But I know, but I'm hopeful about where this is going, where our situation is going, and that it will be changed. And, at the very least, coming up, even if it doesn't say in the next I'd say half a year, people will look at this completely different, believe more, because other people, they're encroaching on, tyrannizing everyone, and so people are all like, they're not saying it right because there's this peer pressure, but everybody, like, just like what's his name said, just like Tidy said, everybody's under the gun, right? Yeah. Oh yeah. Tidy says exactly. That's why they won't give President the nuclear football. They don't need it anymore. Yeah. That's all just bull, right? That's all just bull. And DePlume sent me this article on like the next big threat that they're saying to everybody is like the electromagnetic pulse weapon, right? Like Russia or China may do an electromagnetic pulse weapon above our country, and then that would turn the power out, right? So guess what's coming? You don't have to show an electromagnetic pulse above a country. You can just shut the power off and go, yeah, it's this big electromagnetic pulse. Or they could just do some kind of like Project Bluebeam, like lights in the sky, or use some of their advanced, advanced UFO stuff, or advanced just aircraft, advanced military aircraft, and do a light show and say, oh, electromagnetic pulse, all the power's going out. That's what they do with the nuclear thing too. They just scare people with it, and they keep people's thinking down on this level, that what we have to be worried about is nuclear annihilation, when they're constructing an directed energy that can mess with people's brains, and even mess with people's brains, and it is. I swear they are messing with whole communities and whole cities. Because these things can be, these streams, directed energy doesn't just need to be in a stream. It can be like in this thing, a widespread. Like the signal they can make the signal spread and affect a lot of brains. It sounds so crazy. Like I sound like a crazy person on every video, but this is big stuff. They're not stopping with individually messing with people's brains and stuff like this. I think they're going to go for if they do a wide stream, if they do a wide frequency, I mean, and they already are. You see in Oregon, you see how crazy people are in Oregon. And there's some really smart people because a lot of smart people live in Oregon, but like all the rioters and things like that, are they amping people up? Are they amping people up? And the answer is yes. They're amping people up. And people, even when people are like not being hit by microwaves, they're still violent,
Are a burden for states, but they are indispensable to improve our understanding of the effectiveness of my mandate. And I therefore thank states for receiving those consultations openly and to engage and provide the information that will usefully then improve our cooperation going forward. I think I can conclude my remarks here. I would like to thank you for engaging with me on this topic. I wish that you would all take this report very seriously, and I hope that it will be a constructive contribution to improving our cooperation in the future. Thank you very much.
I want to know.
Thank you.
I just want to know, why can't the UN? This is the world police, right? Is this the world policing body? This is the organization that makes sure that these treaties are followed. How does a country say, no, UN, you can't come in and check to see if we're torturing our people? When does the UN have power to say, well, look, we're just going to come in anyway because we're like the UN? I don't get that. Okay, Samia says, I'm thinking of starting an online group for my area. The only thing that I know about, maybe somebody has a better idea than this, but the Facebook group. Like if you start a Facebook group for your state or for your city, I bet you there's a lot of targeted individuals just in your city. DePlume says, I've been using a cold, wet washcloth on my forehead to help me at night sometimes. I need to use that migraine cap more. And it's really bad. Like I'll put my headgear on, like my other headgear on and my hat, and then I put the noise canceling hearing aids on, which they're worth it, guys. If you're getting remote neural manipulated, please pay the $100. I think it's like $140 for the set of 2. Even if you have no money, save up money for those noise canceling hearing aids. But I'll put that on my head with my headphones on, kind of listening to something on the computer, and then my attackers will do electromagnetic fields around, and it stings the side of my head. Like if I kind of pull these off and stuff, the stinging will stop, but it's like stinging my temples. They'll burn and sting my temples, and then pressure. It feels very dangerous because they're doing remote neural manipulation at the same time. So I think they're doing heavy remote neural manipulation to make me feel like I can't think as well. And then they're doing a lot of painful stuff to my head, but they're trying to push this thought like it's brain damage and you're thinking because your brain has been damaged, but it's really this remote neural manipulation that's holding my brain down, and then I'm having pain, right? So they're doing some very sophisticated stuff where they're messing with my brain, but then they're hurting me in certain ways, and then trying to push thoughts about well, that's the pain that you're feeling is injuring your brain, right? This gets so sick. The remote neural manipulation, I almost don't want to go into the details of it because I already sound crazy just talking. But the brain experimentation, signals to and from the brain, people putting their visuals, their emotions into your head, and audio visuals and EEGs and stuff, or taking your own EEG of anger or anxiety or anything like that, pumping it up and then putting it back in your head, right? Very serious. This is so serious. It's going to come out. This will change humanity. It's changing humanity forever. If the human population is not involved in this, then we're done. The top of the pyramid has won the earth, and we should just wait on Jesus to come. If the population does not get involved with this topic and knowing extents of what it can do, and that they're going to go even further at the top of the pyramid, you know. And I'm into waiting on Jesus and taking action at the same time. You know, God's gonna sort all this out, even if I die tomorrow, or even if I get a tumor in my head or whatever. You know, God forbid, please God, don't give me a tumor in my head. Like, we gotta stop this program. But it'll iron out. There's really bad stuff in the universe. There's really bad stuff in the world. There's really bad humans. There's bad everything. But there's so much good, and this is the way it's always been. And life has always been a fight, guys. Life has always had suffering in it. It's how God made the universe and the world. You can't experience pleasure without suffering. You know, there's these two. It's like God made the world, and I don't understand it, but it happened like this. But I think, you know, if we just hold on tight to Him, you know, we can have the things that we want in our life, no matter what's going on. You know. Nadia says, I hate that you have to go through that, Kyle. I hate any pain anyone is going through. Thank you, Nadia. I hate the pain that you're going through too, you know. Yeah, for me it's like the body, I can with the defenses, I can tone down the nervous system pain, down a lot of the physical outward pain, right? Sometimes they just still give me really bad headaches, and then since I have a weakness over here, it's almost like they're sticking their finger in a bullet hole, right? They're remote neural manipulating, doing vagus nerve stimulation, and keeping this area that's trying to heal up, nerve pain around the area. But no, God's stronger, and there's healing even through this. We've got to constantly heal, you know. And then that may give us, it's almost like a resistance training. If this program does stop, think about how strong you'll be. I mean, just think about how strong you'll be, and hold on to that thought, because things are going to change. It might take a couple of years. I hate saying that. It might take a couple of years for people to really wake up to this, because there's going to be a bunch of bad stuff happening. The New World Order has planned, and it might years for things to really, but I think during that time things will be changing for us. People will be listening to us more. People will be talking about this topic much more. I think the good people who maybe got it wrong will come back and say, man, I had no idea. You know, we need that. We need some of those people who said, hey, they're mentally ill. We need them to come out wrong about this. We're probably not going to get that, though. Planet Lockdown. What's Planet Lockdown? What's Planet Lockdown, guys? Okay, DePlume says Planetary Lockdown documentary by Catherine Austin Fitch should be coming out soon. Okay. Planetary Lockdown documentary by Catherine Austin Fitch should be coming out soon. Cool. Okay. And then Tanya says Dr. Judy Mikovits. I love Dr. Judy Mikovits. Book is online about the jab. Okay. Tanya says Kyle is our angel man to our TI community. Give us all hope to keep going. We need to talk about this stuff. I'm not trying to say like everything's going to go great and the UN's going to save us, blah, blah. I'm trying to talk because whatever happens at the UN, it's involved in our topic now. When we talk to people, we can say the UN's investigating cyber torture. The UN's investigating neuroweapons. The UN's investigating AI systems and how they're, you know, you can even, I even go, the UN is investigating, you know, hacking, you know, mind control, like mind torture, whatever. You know, you can bring that into a conversation because it's true. Nils Melzer has mentioned this in the Human Rights Council. Now that America has to be on the Human Rights Council, I don't know why Trump didn't do that if he was so great. And I don't think he was like all great. You know, that could bust everything open because the Biden administration, they're fools. Like this is a good thing that they're doing, but they're fools and they don't know what they're doing, right? They don't know, and they may bust this thing wide open, not really understanding. Well, I don't know. Biden's such a tool of the military-industrial complex, and he's getting back into the Human Rights Council at the UN, and they're going after the Cuban embassy attack thing. It makes me think time for this to come out. Like the people doing this to us, like the the Pentagon being the brain in the United States and other places, it's another organization, right? It's another huge organization like that. They're going, this is coming out. We're doing it to so many people, right? It's doing it to so many people all over the world. It's becoming this common knowledge thing, right? Well, we need to go ahead and get this information out. It's time, right? Because they're going to be wanting to do more consumer products where they have backdoors into people's brains, medical things, more military, like going to the next level, going to maybe a quantum level or even past frequency and energy. And we got to chase them and catch them. We need God. We need God's chain of command to do that. God will present you with, if you just ask him, he will lead you to things that are important. And don't ever think, I think this comes up because we're so, we get targeted, people treat us like crap, and as a human being, you feel I felt kind of small sometimes, and I've never felt that before the targeting. I always can do big things, I got a big God. Don't let this world make you feel like, oh man, I just got a little dinky YouTube channel. Or for some of you guys, well, I'm trying to do this, but it's so small. It can be huge. It can grow. It can inspire. You can inspire one person that maybe does something really huge from what you told them. So never, ever think that, right? We need real hope, And things are going to be bad. Things are going to get really bad with this technology and everything. But it doesn't mean that this program has to go on the same way for us, right? And then if it changes for us, we'll be in a position when all these consumer products and all these tricks are being played, right, to tell the public what this is all about, what's going on. We will have knowledge to help good people in the world, right? It's hard to see it that way, It's just I want the torture to stop, but it's it's you have to start helping people and trying to stop it. Then you will get help. And it's so hard, man, because the targeting is just so hard. I ain't preaching at people, man. If you're just going through this, you're massively strong. New Type says the top of the pyramid is a universal evil, and if we don't stop them, they would subjugate anything else out there like they are trying to do to us. It's our test if we can overcome this to be worthy. Yeah, they're gonna. It's like however far the people will let them go, they'll go further. They'll keep going further until people start saying no. It was a big thing that Bill Cooper said. He said, one of the main things you can do to stop evil is everyone saying no, right? You get a bunch of people. Look at Florida, right? You had the governor who's like a badass, right? Saying we're not following any of these mandates or whatever, opening up, right? And so the people followed that. And then the rest of it, there's a lot of places in the rest of the country that want it to do that too. So you get some people standing up and saying, no, this is BS. We're going to go ahead and act like regular human beings that care about each other and aren't completely, satanified or whatever you want to call it. We're going to go ahead and do it. And we're going to talk about what's happening. Inversion where, oh, you're mentally ill, you're talking about targeting. Don't let that affect you. Go, yeah, I am being targeted. Yeah, a lot of people are being targeted by remote microwaves. Have you ever heard of the Cuban embassy attack where 40 people were attacked by remote microwaves? Canada, Canadians, Americans. Have you heard of the China consulate? Have you heard of all these agents being attacked by remote microwaves? Oh yeah, they're treating way more than 100 people, I'm sure. Way more than 100 governmental workers. And in other countries, they have secret hospitals like Walter Reed, right? Where they're treating their agents who maybe got hit over here or hit in another country, right? And they're trying to just kind of cover those up. I don't know why the Cuban embassy attack was not covered up. Was this a socio-political, geopolitical, purposeful thing to bring this topic out? We've got to ask that question. They have been practicing this deceit so long. I think they get off on it. Evil people are like, oh, we're so good at lying. And yeah, it will destroy you, and it will destroy everyone around you, and it will destroy the people that you're trying to destroy, and it will destroy everything. It will scorch earth, you, yourself, your family, everyone. You start deceiving as a job, and you think it's cool or something like that, it will destroy everything. anything you have left inside. Deceit is the mother of all. Just to fight with deceit is awful. It will destroy the person using it. It will destroy the person that's being used on. You know. I hate lies are what got us here. Lies are what got everybody being murdered 24 hours a day, or targeted individuals being tortured and murdered 24 hours a day. Lies got us here. You know, if people were more honest, like America started out, it kind of started out on a lie, but then the spirit of America, people were more honest in America, right? And things are way better. Things are safer, and dangerous things happen even when everybody's telling the truth, even when everybody's on the same page. Human beings are still crazy and still do, bad things, So it's like, this is, I guess this is all obvious stuff, right? The top of the pyramid wants to destroy, humanity in a lot of countries. Okay, Deplume says it's a documentary about transhumanism. I already forgot her name, I'm sorry. Catherine Austin Fitts, the planetary lockdown. And how it correlates to CV and big money. Yeah. You got to understand. I mean, you got to understand that all of those pharmaceutical companies, medical companies, hospitals, they're tied into. In hospitals, there's at least a compartmentalized section of like every hospital that complies with intelligence agencies in the military-industrial complex. In corporations, in pharma, like Johnson and Johnson, Johnson Johnson, Moderna, and I can't remember the most important one, right? The biggest, I can't remember, but they're all tied into the military-industrial complex. Like, who picked those? Did you think that those pharmaceutical companies actually just like, oh, we found it first? You don't think it was given to them? You don't think they were picked out and, oh, okay, well, these two will start it out, and then we'll go ahead and throw it. We'll give vaccine to Johnson and Johnson. We'll give them what we want to put into people's bodies, right? And I was talking to my mom. I try to not freak my mom out, but the thing that I think is that the jab, it's not like something, like, it does hurt people now, right? And I think they could target somebody worse now with the jab. But I really think the jab is for later down the road. Like, they're doing that now, and then maybe a couple of years from now, they're going to have infrastructure where they use whatever was in that. Like 7G or something like that with photonic energy. Then they'll have that in people's bodies. It's going to stay in people's bodies. That's conjecture. Yeah, Tanya Bauer says the Fullerton Informer 2. Great channel. That is. Tidy says Trump was only interested in manipulating the snow. He did make, he did kind of get the economy up and running the best that it's ever been running in America, and until the pandemic, right? The unemployment rates for every race were down. Unemployment rates were just down so far. But he really was a military, like, he really liked the military. He didn't bomb Syria and stuff like that, which is interesting. It's like some things he did that were really bad for Americans, and then some things were just really good. It's like he was compromising as a businessman. He was saying, well, I can do this and this good for America, but like I have to do this because like the military-industrial complex is telling me I have to do this for national security, right? So it seemed like he was a compromiser. He was businessmanning his term as president, and that's why, like, I look at some of the good things he did, and I'm like, wow, he's a good man. He's actually good. But he was doing both. He was doing some good stuff, and he was compromising on some very bad things too, I think. Nothing's ever just like, oh, that's a great guy or whatever, except for me. I'm just joking. New Type says, Dane put out The Dimming, an excellent expose on geoengineering. Okay. We gotta watch some of that. Does he ever have like a presentation where he says exactly what's in chemtrails? Does he talk about smart dust or nanotechnology being in the chemtrails at all? New Type says Catherine Austin Fitts is targeted too and is doing amazing things, including testimonies in The Dimming by Dane. Okay, awesome. Yeah, man, those are really professional people, who like have written books and know what they're talking about. It's like if people don't believe this, listening to them, I think more and more people see. It's like people have to come forward when it's dangerous, right? And that's how it always happens. And you get people like, I don't know. I think it's changing where now it's becoming a more comfortable topic because it's coming out. So there's going to be a whole lot more people coming out talking about this in every which way, But it always takes like people coming out at the beginning and just getting slammed. Yeah, Pfizer. Nadia says Pfizer just had the largest payout settlement right before all this happened. Wait, they had a largest payout settlement from the 2.3 billion. Wow. Yep. Hey, Swag Astronomer. Swag Astronomer says, "What's up with Nils Melzer?" Yeah, we went through what he said at the last UN session tonight, and it seems like he's going through the process. Seems like he's like not getting cooperation from countries, but he's going to go through a process where I think that they're going to still do investigations and stuff. I just don't know how successful those investigations are going to be. 2.3. Pfizer just had the largest payout settlement right before all this happened. They're so tied in. And it worries me. Like it's common sense, right? The military-industrial complex, the biggest thing they're working on is directed energy. And I'd say one of the angles of that is neuroweapons and directed energy used on human beings, right? And putting crap in our bodies so that we're dirty circuit boards, right? And then you get this pandemic, which was planned, and there's something real. I think there's a bunch of different little real viruses that mutated, that didn't mutate on their own, but were released, right? Different mutations were released in different places, right? But, oh God, they just wiped my brain. Because what I was going to say was really important. I have to remember. Dude, I would never be able to get up in front of like people and speak because I would like forget. I'd have to like I could write down. Okay, I could write down stuff. That's true. It's so important. Yeah. Okay. So pandemic, right? And then event 201, and then before this, and then they plan it out, and then it's like, oh, this thing that we planned and released. Well, it took us a year, but we got this jab, right? That's specific for the basically a cold virus, a novel cold virus that we have not identified and we have not singled out, right? Because they can't, because it doesn't work like that. But they've got a specific jab to do the job. Bullcrap. It has to be something to make people more susceptible to things that they want to do to the brain and the body. Because that's what the military industrial, that's the most important thing to them. It's the most important thing to them is making us little robots, right? Getting stuff into our bodies and then messing with us with frequencies and stuff like that so they can have their sick robot world. Okay, Nadia says, meaning they paid $2.3 billion to settle fraud accusations. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Nadia says, now they're the ones making our jabs and nobody seems to care. They're all so dirty. The military industrial complex is like really dirty and corrupt, but nobody seems to care. Everybody's just like, yeah. They look at the good military, the young kids, the young men and women who have been tricked into serving and really have honor and think it's about honor, and they're like, that's our military. But the people that have been in there for a long time and are way up, and they're evil. They're kinds of evil you can't even imagine. You know, they don't see people as like as anything. Like we're less than pawns on a chessboard. You know. And I was watching it last night. I watched this channel, like Wings of Redemption. They kind of make fun of, they gang stalk him. Actually, he's like gang stalked in a certain way. I can't remember. And my point was, like, he plays Call of Duty, right? He played Call of Duty on Twitch and all these war games, these shooting games, right? Now I'm playing Assassin's Creed Origins right now. I love it. I love Assassin's Creed. I love those games. I try not to any symbolism that might be like satanic or anything like that, or even Masonic. I try and just realize that it's there and not let it enter in. But what was I going to say? All these kids playing these computer games, and I think this is an obvious thing with shooting. It's getting worse and worse, where people are like little children's brains, and then the people that they're putting out as influencers, like Penguin Zoe. He's this monotone, like depressed, like idiot who's just cynical about everything, and that's really cool. And they're playing all these gun shooter games, and everything becomes like a cynical video game. When people get hurt, it's like funny, right? They're training the next generation to be like completely heartless and to not see people as people that you don't harm, that you help, but to see them kind of like, oh, I'm playing a video game and there's other players and I can kill them. Like, I mean, that's yeah, Tanya said you were right, Colin. My uncles were in the war. Yeah, my grandpa was in the war too. He was a very honorable. It sucks. I know, like, if he was still around now, he'd be the only person who would talk to me technically about this. He would be interested about it. But he, like, when I was figuring it out, that's when he died. And he would, like, I'm not saying they killed him because, like, I could have talked to him about it. I'm just saying it's very unlucky because he would have talked to me about this stuff. He would have been interested. He's so interested in, like, airplanes, mechanical things. He would have been interested. He wouldn't have understood probably, but he would have listened to me in the way that I talked about it. Yeah, Tidy says, dude, check out Dishonored 2. I've seen, you can get those games. I think I can get that game for free. Really, you don't? Tidy says Wings is a POS. I don't think he's a bad guy. I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he got so screwed up by all the gang stalking. He got screwed up by, like, people just harassing him on and they go way further. I mean, they do things like they swat him, they send prostitutes to his house. They every stream they'll donate money and then do chargebacks. They try and get to him anyway, and I think it's made him lash out in a lot of ways. But he says some pretty smart stuff. He reminds me of my friend. He reminds me of my friend Frank when I was younger. My friend Frank wasn't as fat, but he was kind of fat. Now I think he's lost some weight. I haven't seen him in a while, but he says things that are just so much like my friend when I was younger that I like watching the troll videos, and sometimes he says funny stuff, like he's getting trolled, or that's what they call it. They don't call it gang stalking, but it's a lot like gang stalking. He's maybe getting worse gang stalking than me, from what he does. What was I going to say about that? Yeah, he just reminds me of my friend. And sometimes he'll have comebacks and stuff that are kind of funny. Like when he told the guy, like he's playing the video game with the guy, and he's like, he's just mad that day, I guess. And he goes, yeah, I hope your family all die in a car accident. And the guy's like, what? Why did you even say that? And he's like, I don't care. I just hope your family dies in a car accident. This is the most hilarious thing. Like, who says that? It's bad. He's being an a-hole, but it's kind of funny. Yeah, Tanya says Robert Duncan. So we're just writing out other information. No, Tidy says, oh, what? That's what happened. Oh, I got that mixed up. I don't think he was targeted. I don't think he was targeted by this program with directed energy weapons and stuff like that. But in his little group, they did harassment and trolling. and they made discords of like thousands of people who would troll him. So it was maybe even worse than some of, because ours is done by DHS Fusion Centers and InfraGard and stuff. His was just done by people online, right? So it's done like gang stalking and harassment are done by so many different groups online in our communities and stuff, other than DHS Fusion Center and InfraGard. But the DHS Fusion Center, InfraGard, Community Watch programs, the Sheriff's Department, that's who gang stalks me. But some people online, they get gang stalked by like the left or just by trolls like off of 4chan or whatever. These tactics where our technology allows a lot of people in separate places to like hit people at once. And so a lot more people are doing that than just this program. Yeah, Nadia says Dana Ashley, YouTube. She has some good info. He was gang stalked bad, Tidy, but I don't think he was hit by directed energy weapons. But they messed with him really bad. He dealt with it pretty well. Like he would get pissed off and stuff like that. He did some kind of shady things, but you know, he's not a bad guy. Swag Astronomer says super hot video game, really cool. Is that the name of a video game? Yeah. Yeah. I always think of Talladega, Will Ferrell's scene where his friend says, "Don't you put that hate on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that hate on me, Ricky Bobby." Yeah. Definitely. Alright. So let's close it out for tonight. You know, I'll be doing some more videos, and we'll definitely do a movie night. I'll put a poll up for those: The Quiet American, Blade, Gladiator, Willow, or The Whale Rider. I'll put out a post either today or tomorrow. Got to go over and hang out this morning with my mom and my grandma. All right, guys, I love y'all. Y'all just stay safe, stay strong. Thank every one of you for helping me with information and stuff like that. And I love you guys. I'll see you all in the next one.